Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. And Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, quite a few romances have started between faculty members teaching at the same school. But for our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, romance is a problem.
It's really two problems. Problem number one is the object of my affections, Mr. Philip Boynton, biology teacher. He's so bashful he won't even shave himself unless he's wearing a tie. And problem number two is the strict anti-fraternization rule laid down by Madison's beloved principal, Osgood Conklin. Of course, Mr. Boynton devised a very effective method of getting around this rule. He suggested that we stop seeing each other entirely. However, I immediately used my power of veto, and before he could take it to the General Assembly, we convened for 2 dates away from the school. The last date occurred on Wednesday night, and Thursday morning at breakfast, my landlady asked for the details.
Now tell me everything that happened last night, Connie.
We went to a movie, Mrs. Davis. And we came home. And fold up your program. The recital is over. Pass the cream, please.
But what did Mr. Boynton say? What did he do?
Nothing. Pass the cream.
I can't understand that man. Here he has date after date with a girl who's intelligent, attractive, wholesome, chic, charming. And what does he do about it?
Nothing. Pass the cream. It's not that he isn't fond of me, Mrs. Davis, but he's been worried lately about someone very near and dear to him.
A relative?
Yes, his pet frog, McDougal. It seems with the cold weather coming on, Mac is very prone to laryngitis, and there are no heating facilities for the cages. The least the school should do is put some heating equipment in there.
Why doesn't Mr. Boynton ask Mr. Conklin for it?
Because Mr. Boynton is almost as terrified of Mr. Conklin as he is of me. He doesn't dare ask him for anything.
Then you've got to do it, Connie. Don't you see? If you get the things he needs, Mr. Boynton won't be so preoccupied and worried when he's out on dates with you.
Well, it's worth a try, I guess. Now, if I can remember where I left it, I'll put my face on and get ready for Walter Denton. Walter's driving me to school again.
You mean your car is still in the repair shop?
Yes, the mechanic called yesterday and said it would take a bit longer this time. It seems they're having a little trouble with the motor.
What kind of trouble?
They've misplaced it. I'm glad you picked me up early today, Walter. I've got to stop into Mr. Conklin's office before my first class.
What a depressing way to start off the day. I'm glad I don't have to see our beloved principal this morning. I'm low enough already.
Low?
I feel gloomier than a school teacher's personality. Company accepted, of course.
Of course. But what's the reason for this blue mood? Did Harriet Conklin give you the go-by?
Oh, no, ma'am. No, Harriet and I are still an item. It's Stretch Snodgrass who's preying on my mind.
Maybe that's because he hasn't got one of his own.
I know he's never been exactly a beacon of brilliance scholastically, Miss Brooks, but on that gridiron he's always been a tower of strength. Up to last week, that is.
What happened last week?
Well, you saw the game last Saturday. Didn't you see what he did?
Sure. He picked up a fumble and ran 85 yards with it. Of course, I couldn't quite figure out why I was the only one in my section who was cheering.
He ran the wrong way. Oh, Oakhurst beat us on that one numbskull play. Oh, but if you think that was bad, you should see Stretch at practice. He's just awful out there. His blocking is positively sad, and his tackling's getting everybody down.
Isn't that what it's supposed to do?
Miss Brooks, this is no laughing matter. If Stretch doesn't perk up, we'll lose our big game to Clay City next week.
Well, what do you think is the cause of this change in him, Walter?
Well, I know what it is. The big goof's in love.
Love?
And the trouble is he won't tell anybody who the girl is. Wait a minute. He's very fond of you, Miss Brooks. Maybe you could straighten him out. You know, have a talk with him and
I'd like to help, Walter, but I've got a more pressing problem this morning. That's why I'm going straight to Mr. Conklin's office.
What could possibly be more pressing than Madison's winning the battle of the year?
My winning the battle of Boynton's lab.
business, Daddy, but I don't think you should start the day off wearing such a long face.
I'm sorry, Harriet. If you'll turn your back for a moment, I'll put on a short face for you.
Well, what's the reason for it, anyhow? Why are you so despondent?
Because of our coach's report on Snodgrass, that's why. He's been playing abominably, and the coach knows the reason. The big moose is in love.
In love? But isn't there something we can do, Daddy?
If there was, I'd be doing it. You don't think I want to lose this game to Jason Brill's Clay City nincompoops, do you?
Of course not, Daddy. I know Mr. Brill's your arch rival.
He's worse than that. He's... No, what's the use? There's just no way out. There's no way I could possibly feel any worse than I do right now.
Have you thought of Miss Brooks, Daddy?
You have just shown me a way.
Well, Miss Brooks might be able to help. If there's one person in this school whom Stretch admires and respects, it's her. Maybe she could pull him out of his doldrums.
So you might have something there at that. As soon as she gets to school, I'll talk to her. Come in.
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Conklin. If you're busy, I'll come back later.
Not at all, Miss Brooks. Harriet was just leaving for a class. Run along, dear.
Okay, Daddy. See you later, Miss Brooks.
Goodbye, Harriet.
Sit down, won't you? Over here by my desk. That's the most comfortable chair.
Maybe you don't know who I am. Miss Brooks, Mr. Conklin.
I know it's Miss Brooks, and I'm delighted that you dropped in to see me this morning.
You are? Well, then it won't be so difficult to ask a favor of you.
You want a favor of me, Miss Brooks?
Yes, sir.
Now, isn't that a coincidence? I want a favor of you. One hand washes the other, eh?
That's as good a way as any to get them both clean. But my favor isn't exactly for
I don't care what it is, Miss Brooks. If you do a favor for me, I'll do a favor for you. Or as my old commanding officer, Colonel Elliot Reed, used to say, you play ball with me, and I'll play ball with you. He was a Texan.
But what's your favor, Mr. Conklin?
Well, as you know, Madison's big football game with Clay City is to be played next week.
Yes, sir.
You are also aware of my intense rivalry with Jason Brill, their principal.
Yes, sir, but what do you want of me, Mr. Conklin?
Well, it's very simple, Miss Brooks. Perhaps you've heard about Snodgrass running the wrong way last Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you know that nobody with half a brain could make a mistake like that twice, except perhaps Snodgrass. And that idiot woman a few rows behind me who kept cheering him.
Next Saturday, I'll keep my mouth shut. What do you think I can do about Stretch, Mr. Conklin?
But you may be able to straighten him out. You see, Miss Brooks, he's been even worse in practice this week than in that game last Saturday. And the coach seems to think it's because he's in love.
That's what Walter Denton thinks, too.
Does Denton know with whom?
No, nobody does.
Ah, exactly. And that's where you come in. In his lame-brained, dunce-like way, Snodgrass admires you greatly. He has his reasons, I'm sure.
We lame-brained dunces are pretty clannish.
What I meant was, you seem to be the logical person to find out just what little baggage is turning Snodgrass's head. And I use the word advisedly.
And if I find out, then what?
Then your natural feminine instincts will come to the fore, and you will devise some way to circumvent the activities of the aforementioned bit of baggage. Now then, what is the favor you seek?
Well, Mr. Boynton needs some new equipment for the biology lab, and he's too timid to ask for it.
He shall have it. What kind of equipment?
Some heating facilities for one thing, and more comfortable cages for his frogs and guinea pigs.
It's done. Anything else?
Else? Well, now that you mention it, I could use a new desk and some new window shades. I also would like to have my room painted a nice, cheerful shade of green.
Miss Brooks. You are speaking with Osgood Conklin, not winner take all.
Well, if you feel that way about it, maybe Stretch and his girl should be left alone. After all,
A nice, cheerful shade of green it is. Now, you're sure you know what to do, Miss Brooks?
Leave it to me, Mr. Conklin. When I get through with him, Stretch will not only check his baggage, He won't call for her for 30 days.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
Colgate toothpaste.
Cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best. More than 2 years' research showed the Colgate way of brushing teeth right after eating helps stop more decay for more people than ever before reported in dentifrice history. Yes, the Colgate way stops tooth decay best. Better than any other home method of oral hygiene. No other toothpaste or powder, ammoniated or not, has proof of such results. And you should know that Colgate, while not mentioned by name, was the only toothpaste used in the research on tooth decay recently reported in Reader's Digest. Yes, Colgate Dental Cream, and only Colgate Dental Cream, was used in this research. So always use Colgate to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. And when you follow the Colgate way, Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best.
Well, I took advantage of a free period I had right before lunch and sought out Madison's moon-eyed mastodon, Stretch Snodgrass. I found him near the water fountain in the hall. He was slouching against the wall and seemed half asleep, but when I approached him, he snapped to attention.
Hi.
Hello, Stretch. I hope I'm not keeping you up. I hope I'm not keeping you from any of your classes, but I would like to talk to you for a few minutes.
You ain't keeping me from nothing, Miss Brooks. French class is a place which I'm supposed to have been at pretty soon from now. But my French can wait.
At least until your English catches up. Stretch, what I wanted to talk to you about was your football playing. You know yourself you're not playing as well as you used to, and a lot of your friends around here are beginning to worry about it.
Why should they worry? Gosh, just as I don't play over my head in every game, everybody gets all upset. After all, you don't get paid to play high school football.
I know, Stretch, but think of the future. Someday you may go to college. You must admit you've been letting down a bit lately.
Oh, I can't help it. This season's been nothing but practice, practice, practice. A guy can't go on like that with just all work and no play. After all, I ain't no auto matron.
No auto matron?
Well, you know, a mechanical man. The kind they call a robber.
Oh.
Besides, a little relaxer never hurt nobody.
But, Stretch, why should a young boy like yourself be yawning in the middle of the morning?
I'm tired.
I couldn't have thought of a better answer if I'd tried all day.
My new girlfriend thinks relaxing is good for me. She won't even let me quit rumbering and take her home till 1 a.m. It's been going on like that for the last 2 weeks.
Who is this new girlfriend, Stretch?
Oh, no, you don't.
No, I don't what?
You don't get Judy's name out of me. I promise to keep it a secret.
Well, that's your privilege. If you don't want me to know Judy's name, I'm not going to know Judy. That's all there is to that. Judy who?
Gosh, I didn't even want that part of her name to get out, but it just slipped. Look, Miss Brooks, you wouldn't want me to break a promise, would you?
Fervently. Listen, Stretch, even if you enjoy all this rumbering, don't your girl's parents object to these late hours every night?
Oh, I'm sure they don't.
How can you be so sure?
Her old man gives me the money to take her out.
What?
Sure, he's not like our principal. Mr. Brill's a real good sport.
Stretch, do you mean to tell me you've been taking out Judy Brill?
How do you know?
A little bird brain told me. Oh, I can't wait to see Mr. Conklin's reaction to this bit of news.
Gosh, Miss Brooks, you're not going to tell Mr. Conklin, are you?
Not yet, Stretch. Out of consideration for his family, there's something I've got to find out first.
What's that?
If his life insurance is paid up. I've talked through your entire lunch, Mr. Boynton, but it couldn't be helped. If we're going to get any favors from Mr. Conklin, we've got to straighten out Stretch Snodgrass.
Well, I'm glad you told me the story, Miss Brooks. Imagine Jason Brill putting his own daughter up to a trick like that. What kind of a girl is this Judy Brill, anyhow?
Well, you know the expression, sweet 16 and never been kissed?
Yes.
When this kid reached 12, she was ineligible. I met her last summer, Mr. Boynton. It isn't generally known, but Mr. Brill wrote me a letter before the last semester began in which he hinted that if I were dissatisfied with Madison for any reason, he'd be happy to have me on the staff at his school.
Oh, he's approached several teachers here, Miss Brooks. It isn't that he wanted you so much. It's just that there are no lengths to which Mr. Brill won't go to harass Mr. Conklin.
Flatterer. But according to reports from some friends on the faculty at Clay City High, Judy Brill is quite a little firebrand. She's at an age now where she considers all males fair game.
There's an age?
This boy's been learning biology as well as teaching it. Look, Mr. Boynton, when I found out that Stretch was going with Jason Brill's daughter, I devised a plan. We're going to beat Jason Brill at his own game and using the same kind of weapon.
But, Miss Brooks, I don't understand. Even if you and I were married today, where could we get a 16-year-old daughter by Saturday?
All these years of going to the zoo and you don't even know a fast stork. Don't you see, Mr. Boynton? All we have to do is to get Stretch to think that Judy is just a flirt, and he'll lose all interest in her.
Well, how do we do that?
By letting Stretch catch her on a date with some other boy.
What other boy?
Walter Denton.
Walter Denton?
Did I hear somebody mention my name?
You're just in time, Walter. Sit down, please. Mr. Boynton and I would like to talk to you.
Okay. Have you thought of any way to get Stretch's mind off the mystery woman and back on his football game, Miss Brooks?
Yes, Walter. I've thought of a dilly of a plan. But it requires some cooperation from you.
Well, we should all do whatever we can, Walter. This is a crisis.
Well, what can I do? He won't even tell me the name of this chick.
The name of the chick is Judy Brill, and her father's been paying all expenses to keep Stretch out late every night rumbering.
Rumbering?
Yes. While the Clay City team is getting its rest, Judy Brill is keeping our star player's backfield in motion. But I know the kind of a boy Stretch is, and if we can arrange to have him catch Judy with another boyfriend, I know he'll forget all about her.
Well, not only forget about it, but it might make him so mad he'll go out on that field Saturday and play the game of his life.
Say, that sounds like a swell idea. Of course, Stretch is boxing champ of Madison, too, so it might not be so pleasant for the guy he catches with his girl. Well, that's a necessary risk, I guess. Who's the chump you've got lined up to be the patsy in this?
Don't be crude, Patsy. Walter. I thought that you'd be happy to volunteer for this job.
Me?
Well, you want to see Madison beat Clay City, don't you?
Well, sure I do, but will I have my bandages off in time? Oh, you've never seen Stretch fight. I have.
Believe me, Walter, Mr. Boynton and I will make sure that Stretch doesn't lay a hand on you.
He doesn't have to. He could kick me to death. I'm afraid you'll just have to count me out, folks.
Oh, count you out. But Walter, Stretch is a very dear friend of yours. You don't want to see him ruin his life, do
Don't
you?
you see, Walter, this girl isn't right for Stretch. It isn't just a football game that's involved. It's the boy's future.
But what about my future?
What about your future?
I want to be around when it gets here. Oh, look, Stretch has a terrible temper. And if he catches me making goo-goo eyes at his girl, he'll clobber me till I'm dismal. Besides, there's Harriet Conklin. Oh, we're virtually betrothed. What would she think if she heard I was out with another girl?
She won't hear, Walter. And even if she does, we can always explain that you were just doing it for the good of your school.
I'm sorry, I'd rather not take the chance.
I'm surprised at you, Walter. Haven't you any sense of loyalty?
Haven't you any school spirit? This whole thing won't take you more than half an hour. All you have to do is sit on the couch and put your arms around a little red-headed girl with big blue eyes, a cute little turned-up nose, and an adorable mouth.
But I still think that it's Stretch. An adorable mouth. Nobody can say I haven't got any school spirit. What time and where?
o'clock tonight at my place. I'll drop over to Clay City High this afternoon and tell Judy I'm thinking of accepting her father's invitation to join the faculty there next term. Then I'll invite her over to my place for dinner, ostensibly so I can ask some questions about my new pupils.
But supposing she won't come?
Oh, she'll be glad to come. Judy Brill is just a little girl. To be asked to dinner by a woman like Miss Brooks is quite flattering. After all, when you get right down to ages...
When you get right down to ages, I'm almost twice as tall as Judy Brill. I'm glad you were able to come over this evening, Judy.
Me too, Miss Brooks. The dinner was wonderful, and I've enjoyed talking to you about your teaching at Clay City next term.
I suppose you feel you should be out dancing Stretch's feet off, but you've still got 3 nights before the big game, and not seeing you tonight will only make you more anxious.
You're so right. Men are such problems. They're just like children. You've got to play up to their ego and convince each one he's the only man in your life. Oh, but listen to me telling you about men. A sophisticated, charming woman like you. Oh, I just wish I had your knowledge of men.
Want to trade?
Very pleasant coincidence that Walter Denton dropped over, don't you think? He's an awfully cute boy.
No, I'm glad you like Walter, Judy. By the way, where did he disappear to?
I didn't disappear. She's on my lap.
Isn't that sweet? What a naive way to get acquainted.
Want me to answer it?
You sit right where you are, Walter.
Yes, you sit right where you are, Walter.
How can I help it? She hasn't budged off me since I said, how do you do, Miss Brill?
I'll get it, Walter.
Well, here we are, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Mr. Boynton. Come in, Stretch.
Thanks.
Now, what brings you to this part of town, Stretch?
Well, I was just walking home when Mr. Boynton drove up alongside the curb in his car and stuck his head out of the window and said, "Hi, Stretch, just the fellow I've been looking for. How about hopping in and going for a little ride over to Miss Brooks's place and having a glass of milk or something, if you haven't got anything better to do?" So I didn't have anything better to do, so I said, "Okay, Mr. Boynton, I'd like nothing better than to hop in and go over to Miss Brooks's place. Milk or something." Have you got any?
So that's what brings you to this part of town. I'll give you some milk later, Stretch. There are some friends of yours in the living room. Come on in. Pardon me, kids, but we've got company.
Hi, Walter. I didn't know that. Judy, what are you doing here?
Well, Miss Brooks invited me over to dinner, and then Walter just sort of dropped by.
You sort of dropped by?
Hold him, Miss Brooks.
Surround him, Mr. Boynton.
What's everybody so jumpy about?
Aren't you sore at me for sitting here with your girl?
Sore? Heck no, Walter. You do me a big favor. You see, I got to thinking about what Miss Brooks said this morning, and I realized that I got to get a lot more sleep if I'm going to be any good in the game Saturday.
Oh, but Stretch, dear, you don't have to sleep so much.
Well, sure I do. It ain't that I don't appreciate what you and your dad done for me, Judy, and I certainly ain't mad about all that rumbering.
It's just that for an athlete, rumbering's not as good as slumbering. Now, Walter, if I may make a suggestion, I think you should drop Miss Brill off at the bus station.
What's this all about, anyway? Is this some kind of a plot?
Turnabout is fair play, Miss Brill.
Yeah. If you'll excuse me right now, I'll turn about and hit the road.
I'll excuse all of you right now. That is, all but you, Mr. Boynton.
Well, this is what I get for accepting the hospitality of a Madison Highite.
Thank you, and good night. Don't slam the door.
Come on, Stretch. The least we can do is drop her off at the bus station. Good night, Miss Brooks, Mr. Boynton.
Night, folks.
Well, it's simmered down to just the two of us, Mr. Boynton. Let's sit down on the couch,
All right. You know, Miss Brooks, in spite of the fact that I'm a biologist, I've never been overly observant about the emotional reactions of the people around me.
You're not just beating your Bunsen burner, Boynton. You have seemed a little preoccupied at times.
Well, be that as it may, Miss Brooks, your interest in the welfare of my little animals and the trouble you went to see that I got proper heating facilities for my lab have, well, they've made me realize just how much you care.
Really, Mr. Boynton?
Yes, indeed. And I want you to know that I care even more than you do.
You care even more than I do?
Well, yes. I've got $5 bet on that game Saturday.
Well, here's $2.50. I'll take half of your bet, and we'll set up housekeeping on the 40-yard line.
returns in just a moment, but first,
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight? Yes, tonight. Show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you Kay Duma's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid. Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean. Free of loose dandruff. Glistening with sheen. Soft. Manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight? Yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is Eve Arden.
Here's a message for every young man over 17 years of age. Your National Guard offers you opportunities to train in your spare time while living at home. Yes, train with your hometown buddies using Army and Air Force equipment under the direct supervision of veteran Army and Air Force instructors. You'll receive valuable military experience, increase your civilian skills, and at the same time you'll be paid at regular service rates. Join the National Guard unit in your community now.
This is Burns Smith reminding you to tune in next week for another Our Miss Brooks show, brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis, with the music of Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, Leonard Smith, and Sandra Gould.
Doctors prove palm olive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Yes, 36 leading skin specialists proved in tests on 1,285 different women that palm olive soap facials, using nothing but palm olive, brought new complexion beauty to 2 women out of 3. Just wash your face 3 times daily with palm olive soap, each time for 60 seconds, massaging palm olive's beauty lather onto your skin. Then rinse and pat dry. So start your palm olive facials today. Remember, doctors prove palm olive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days.
Be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. Stay tuned now for Jack Benny. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all counts. Check them.
A rich, ripe, full-bodied burley blend.
Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness. Deep down, satisfying goodness.
That's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Clean smoking all the way down. No soggy heel. Leaves only a clean, dry ash.
And that's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Crip cut for slow, even, cool burning.
Yes, Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Smoke Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Today we have 2 great tasks before us: to build a peaceful world and press forward on the home front to high production and prosperity. Let's not allow racial or religious prejudice to hamper our post-war efforts. Brown and Williamson invite you to other good listening during the week. Listen to People Are Funny with Art Linkletter next Friday night, and join us again with Red Skelton next Tuesday. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer. Red Skelton is brought to you by the makers of Rollie cigarettes.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
From Hollywood, the Raleigh Cigarette Program, starring Red Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's Moisturize, the new, all-new Raleigh 903 cigarette. Listen. That jet of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new freshness, new taste, in the new, different Moisturized Raleigh 903. New blend, new taste, new freshness. It's the new, all-new Moisturized Raleigh 903. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's popular comedian and the star of our Raleigh Cigarette Program, Red Skelton.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, here we are again, Rod.
Yeah, Red, here we are.
Yeah, we ought to be ashamed of ourselves. You know, really and truly, when you take in consideration for what we say and what they pay us, this is really remarkable. Well, back to the funny stuff.
Let's change the subject, man. Let's change the subject.
Better still, let's change writers. We may say something will hurt the dignity of NBC. You know, did you hear what they did to Fred Allen Sunday? The parade of stars, I see.
Say, you got a nice sunburn on your face, Red.
Oh, I'm blushing because they just cut me off. I spend the day down at the California Cabana Club.
Does the club have a nice beach?
No, but they got a nice sun lamp down there.
You mean to tell me that in this nice warm weather you get your tan inside?
Here it comes, No, I don't get my tan inside. Couldn't swallow the sun lamp.
Well, who else goes down to that Cabana Club, Red?
Well, there's a lot of us. There's Fred Allen, if you'll pardon the expression. Johnny Weissmiller, for one. He taught me to swim without using my legs or arms, just my head.
Well, that's impossible. How on earth can you swim with just your head?
Oh, just keep it above water and yell help.
You know, Weissmuller's supposed to be one of the fastest swimmers in the world.
Yeah, I raced him the length of the pool, you know, and, nearly beat him.
Oh, go on. How much of a head start did he give you?
I gave him a head start. I let him take 5 strokes before I ever started. I'd have won, too, if I hadn't tripped over that chair and fell in the pool.
What a swimmer you must be.
Yeah, you should have seen the jackknife I did into the kiddies' pool.
Well, it's impossible. The kiddies' pool's only a foot deep.
Yeah, it was a jackknife, though. It must have been. Took them a half hour to unfold me when they did.
Say, have you noticed the new bathing suits?
Barely. You know, the suits get smaller and smaller every year. Today, when a girl goes to the beach, she packs her suit neatly into a Dixie cup. So, Kitty, one girl came out on the beach, and she went back into the locker 5 times to make sure she had the suit on. But, you know, this sunshine out here is really good, you know.
Oh, boy. I wish I could bottle this glorious sunshine and ship it east. I hear it's pretty cold back there.
You got a couple of sensors I'd like to send back. I tried bottling California sunshine once.
You did?
Yeah.
What happened?
The smog kept coming to the top.
Listen. That jet of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new freshness, new taste, in the new, all-new Raleigh 903 cigarette. It's moisturized to stay fresh longer. It's moisturized to smoke milder. It's moisturized to taste better. Yes, this new modern Rolly 903 brings you new freshness, new taste. It tastes far better than any cigarette ever made before because it's moisturized by the revolutionary new 903 process, the greatest advance in cigarette making in 25 years. Because of this new moisturized freshness and new taste, you get new smoking enjoyment of the new, all-new Rolly 903.
And remember this about the new moisturized Rolly 903. Medical science offers proof positive. No other leading cigarette gives less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars.
Smokers follow the lead of Dixie Walker, pride of the Brooklyn Dodgers. Smoke the new moisturized Rolly 903. It's so much fresher, richer, better tasting. A new blend, new freshness, new taste. You'll see the number 903 on the government stamp. This Rolly 903 is new, all new. It's moisturized to stay fresh longer, to taste better.
Anita Ellis sings, "It's Lovin' Time."
It's lovin' time. I've turned the lights low. There's heavenly music on the radio. And Bill, my darling brother, is safely in bed. My mother and dad are at the movies. They were young once too. It's all so wonderful, yet I'm so lonely and blue. It's loving time, baby. But baby, where are you? It's all so wonderful, yet I'm so lonely and blue. It's loving time, baby. But baby, where are
The Skelton Scrapbook of Satire. You can imagine what the housing problem must be for that guy, huh? Page 1 is entitled The Friendly Farmer. Well, here I am. I just ain't in tune tonight. I feel kind of lonely, you know. I wish I hadn't already done my crossword puzzle. I work them things just like a whizcracker, I do, boy. Just fast like that. Only takes me a second to fill in them little blocks with my crayons, you know. Well, Sarah Dew's home. I want somebody to talk to. Talk to myself, but I hate those stupid answers I get. at the little puppy dog. He looks half starved and half Airedale. What are you looking so sad about? You look like you lost your brother. But you don't have to look at me like you found him. Ain't that cute? Look the way he's chewing on my shoe there. Come to think of it, I ain't wearing any. Get away, will you? Well, there's Sarah Dew's house. Ooh, look at that car parked in the driveway. Boy, ain't that something. I wonder what kind it is. Town and country. Say, ain't that pretty? Why don't they take it out of the crate? Well, I think I'll tiptoe over and see who the visitor is. I think that's blacksmith to give me a bum deal on them shoes he's wearing.
Why, howdy, Clam.
Well, howdy doody to you, Sarah Dew. Here, I brung you a present, dream girl.
Oh, Clam, a surprise?
No, I know what it is. It's perfume. It's perfuming.
Well, is it imported perfume, Clam?
Yeah, I ran off a batch while I was overseas with a chemical warfare unit.
Oh, good heavens, Clem, there's smoke coming out of that bottle.
Yeah, and look at the flies dropping.
Are you sure you know how to make perfume, Clem?
Well, certainly. That used to be my old trick and trade, you know. You take a little purr and add some fume to it.
Well, then, sakes, what kind of a dog is that, Clem?
I think he's a thoroughbred mongrel.
Well, you look like a Cocker Spaniel.
Well, so do I, but I ain't.
Clem, you're a moron.
And that ain't bad for a guy who was born an idiot. I'm coming up in the world. You just keep your eye on me, boy.
Clem, I can't stand here forever.
Yeah?
Now, leave the dog outside and come on in, because we got company.
Company? Female company, I hope.
No, Clem, it's a man who had some trouble with his car.
Oh?
And Paul said we should put him up for the night. If you'll sleep here, too, of course, then we wouldn't have to be afraid of him stealing anything.
Oh? What sort of feller is he?
Well, he said I was the most beautiful girl in the world.
Nuts, huh?
Come on in. Oh, and Clem, for goodness sake, straighten your tie.
Well, if I do, I'll wrinkle my sweatshirt, you know.
Come on inside and meet the stranger.
Well, you know how jealous I am when there's other men around. Howdy doody.
Hello?
You trying to start a fight or something?
Not Clem. This is Mr. McGeehan.
Yeah? What do you do for a living?
I'm a traveling salesman.
That's a good idea. Start traveling.
Now, Clem, none of that.
You're not very pleasant. What do you do, Doc?
Doc? Well, I drove a taxi cab once.
Do you ever have any trouble with any of your passengers?
Quite a bit. Some of them don't want to go where I want to take them.
You're supposed to go where the passengers tell you to.
That's one place I'm staying away from.
How long have you been driving a cab?
Well, let's see. This is my fourth cab. I've been driving 2 weeks now.
Clem, you know, you're awful reckless.
I am not. I couldn't help those accidents. Why, I thought I was following the line down the middle of the road, and it turned out to be a crack in my windshield. Oh, where are you from?
Hollywood.
Hollywood? Where's that?
Near Los Angeles.
Los Angeles? Well, what part of the country that is?
A few miles from Glendale.
Well, why didn't you say so in the first place?
Well, it's late. I guess I'll retire.
Well, I'd like to retire, too, only I ain't rich enough. That's too fast for me. Didn't get it.
That'll be enough, Clem, now. Well, I hope you'll be comfortable. There's a nice new mattress on the bed.
Mattress? What's that?
Well, that's what you put on top of the springs.
Well, land sakes, how long's this been going on?
Only an idiot would sleep without a mattress.
Well, I haven't been doing anything wrong, have I?
Oh, brother. Say, where do you sleep, Clem?
Well, we're so crowded you'll have to sleep together.
Yeah.
I'll see you in the morning, boys. Good night, Clem.
Sarah Dew, I find it hard tearing myself away from you.
Why, Clem?
You're standing on my foot.
Well, good night.
Good night.
He sure is nice.
Yes, well, we better get ready for bed. I'm so tired, I don't think I'll even bother to put my ears up in curlers tonight. You take the clothes goes. I'll hang my clothes on the hook here.
Do you always hang your clothes up that way?
Well, sure, don't you?
Yes, but I get out of them before I hang them up.
You sure go in for details, don't you, huh?
You know, it's a bit chilly. I think I'll have a nightcap. Careful little swallow. It'll pick you up.
Pick me up, huh? Well, here's mud in your eye. Well, how long do I lay here before it picks me up? Well, it kicks like a mule, don't it, huh? Yes?
Want some pajamas?
No thanks, lover girl. I'm not hungry.
Well, I'm getting sleepy. Yep. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
And Jane Russell to you, too. They paid Cummins, but I couldn't get a clearance.
Good night. I hope I can get some rest. Are you asleep already? Hey, you're snoring.
Mm-hmm.
You're snoring.
I didn't hear nothing.
Oh, goodness. Are we going to have to put up with that all night?
I don't think so.
Clem, is there any way of stopping that cat out there on the fence?
Yeah, I'll stop him. Here's his shoe. I'll throw it at him.
What happened, Clem?
Oh, I forgot to take my shoe off before it broke.
Listen. That jet of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new freshness, new taste in the new, all-new Rolly 903 cigarette. It's moisturized to stay fresh longer. It's moisturized to smoke milder. It's moisturized to taste better. Yes, this new, modern, moisturized Rolly 903 brings you new freshness, new taste. It tastes far better than any cigarette ever made before. It's new, all new. New blend, new freshness, new taste.
And remember this about the new moisturized Rolly 903. Medical science offers proof positive. Test certified by a jury of 14 doctors based on a method used by the United States government prove that no other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars.
Smoke the new, all-new Rolly 903. It's moisturized to stay fresh longer, to taste better.
And now, neighbors, Zeke Forrester and his Iowa Serenaders are going to play a Roy Rogers favorite entitled The Chicken Reel. I hope I'll burn this. hands and circle the south, the little moonshine in your mouth. Loosen your holster and trail back, lady in the lead. Meet your partner, tap on the head. She don't eat biscuits, eat her cornbread. Wave your heels and pat your toes. Grab your partner and waltz the floor. Head to the corner. Henry Morgan Show? Page 3, Home from the Circus.
Boy, I sure have fun today, boy. No, Mr. Fowler, it was nice of you to take us to the circus and bring us home in a nice cab like
Yes,
this.
Mr. Fowler, and that was mighty neighborly of you, that was. And thanks for all the peanuts and that pink lemonade. Hey, how'd they make pink lemonade? With bloodshot lemons or something, huh?
Well, it was a pleasure, Alny. Hope you had fun.
Oh, we did, boy. We did. That was fun.
Say, what did you enjoy most at the circus, little boy?
Well, I like best of all that big rubber cow with the two tails, you know.
Oh, them was elephants. One was his trunk.
Trunk? Well, he should open it up and put on a clean shirt. He was the dirtiest thing I ever seen. He was really a mess, that thing was.
Well, here we are,
yeah,
folks.
here we are. Which I tell Mr. Frankfurt.
That'll be 75 cents, please.
You want to pay them?
Well, here you are, and a tip, my good man.
Thank you, sir. Say, that nickel sure don't take the sunlight. Look at that buffalo blink his eyes.
Well, don't stand there. Say thanks to your sporty, you know.
Thank you,
Junior. Again, thank you for a wonderful day.
Yeah, that
It
was
was nothing. I'm sorry. Our seats weren't so good.
Yeah, that old bald-headed man in front of me kept saying, pipe down, kid. Every time I applaud, he said, pipe down, will you?
Well, what did you do?
I said, oh, shut up, boy. And he said, he got mad, and he said, look, Staycomb. He was referring to me wet hair, of course. He says, look, Staycomb. I'll tell you know one thing. I may be bald-headed, but I tell you this. That, grass don't grow in a busy street. And I says to him, well, and it don't come up through cement either.
How can you be so insulting?
I took lessons from James Mason.
Let's go in the house, Junior.
Yeah. Oh, look, there's Mr. Frank. I gotta tell him about it. Hiya, Mr. Frank. We went out to the circus.
No, what'd you see?
Oh, we see everything. We saw the rhinoceros, the horse, and we saw the hip on top of the omnibus. And you had a great big dog out there. He had a bushy head, and the hair was shaved all off his belly, and he had the paintbrush on the end of his tail.
Lion.
No, I seen him. He was a great big bushy-headed dog, and he had the hair shaved off and the paintbrush on the end of his tail.
Lion.
I'm not lying, I said. He was there in a cage, and he had big teeth and a bushy head and a hair shaved off and the paintbrush.
I know, lion.
You asked for it.
Oh, Junior, what did you do?
I bit him.
Junior, I'm mad at you.
You're mad. I should be mad. Look, you got two of me teeth sticking in your hand. He called me a liar.
Now you're going to get it.
Oh, no. You broke me, Will. You broke me, Will.
Broke your little what?
Oh, no, then you slapped me for telling you. Now, I'm going to fix you, Grandma. I'm going to get easy into the last. I'm going to tell everybody that you sold peanuts at the Harper's Ferry.
Now, Junior, you know that's not true.
Oh, no? Hey, Judy, give me a bag of those Confederate goobers.
Nothing doing. You're wearing a union suit.
Verna, I guess it was really my fault, really, for
for not explaining when I said lion. See, I only meant that was the name of the animal.
How did you know?
I was at the circus.
I didn't see you. What cage was you in?
Why don't you live a model life?
Because there's too many people living a model life now, just posing. Nothing else, just posing.
Well, I can promise you one thing. You'll never go to the circus again.
Oh, yes, I will, boy. Someday I will run away. I'm going to work with a circus someday. I'm going to be an animal trainer. I will walk in the cage and I'll take a great big ferocious lion and I will stick me head right in his mouth.
Oh, dear, no. He might bite your skull and break all his teeth.
Yes. No, he won't, because he will be afraid of me, because I will be the master. And I will walk up to him, and then he will leap on me, and he will chew me to bits, and he will grab me by the back of the neck, and shake me like I was a little rag doll. And he... I better change the subject.
Why?
I was just on the verge of scaring myself.
Well, Junior, you want to come in the house or stay outdoors and play?
No, I'm going to stay out here and play, boy. Oh, she going out all alone. I wish I was a lion tamer. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to sneak over to Mr. Thorpe's barn, and I'm going to steal those little box of kittens that he's got over there and play lion tamer with the kittens. That's what I do. I'm going to look at the kittens. Oh, there they are. Uh-oh. There's that big cat. Now, big cat, you go away now. I'm not going to hurt you, little babies. Here, now, you get out of the box. Come on. Here, now, I'm going to help you now. Here. Oh, look at me arm. I look like I was vaccinated with a rake. I grab him by his arms, and then he kind of... Ow! Let go of me nose! Let go of me nose! Yeah. Boy, I'll never do that again, boy. I wish that widow Dickie Owens or some of them juvenile jury kids was here. They'd tell me how to handle this cat, boy. I know what's wrong. I don't have the chair and the whip. Now, here's a nice little chair with a bottom out of it. That's good. I can see what's going on, you know. Now for a whip. Doesn't have the whip to be a lion tamer. I'll use this hairbrush I've been hiding from my grandma. Now, old cat, you has met you equal, you has. Come on, sit up. Sit up. I wish I could crack this hairbrush, you know. Sit up, cat. Come on. Stop it. All right, I'll sit up for you, but give me back my chair, will you?
Junior.
Uh-oh, frost warning. Yes, kiddo.
Would you like a glass of milk and some cookies?
Milk? I can lead that old mama cat away with some milk. Yeah, I would like some milk.
What was that noise I heard?
Oh, that cat next door, he got his tail caught in the door.
Well, don't you hurt him?
Well, goodness sake, it's not my fault if he gets his tail caught in the door, you know. Why don't he reel that aerial in when he's not using it? Yeah, oh, boy, I'm going back over now and entice that mama cat away from them kittens, boy. I'm going to hear. Yeah, here, mama cat. Look, milk, fresh cow juice. Look. Here, come on now. Here, now, drink all of it. Oh, it's working. Bless you. It's working. Oh, the cat sneezed there. Now, the mama cat's drinking the milk. Now, I'm going to get this box of kittens. And, oh, ain't they cute? You're going to be me lions and tigers. Oh, come on, I'm going to get the box out of me house.
The cigarette that's first in the service presents the Abbott Costello program. With the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes and the Camel Five. Tonight's guest, Miss Claire Trevor, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Oh, Costello, you're late again as usual. What kept you this time?
Well,
I got a phone call from my bank, and I had to run down there right away.
What was the matter?
The butter in my vault was melting.
Oh. Costello! What do you want the vault for?
Oh, in case I get some meat.
Haven't you had any?
Huh?
Haven't you had any meat?
No. The only way I can get meat is to stand over a gopher hole with a baseball bat.
Oh, stop complaining. Things could be a lot worse. Nobody's worrying about getting meat.
Oh, no? Yesterday I went to the market. The butcher put his arm on the counter, and before he knew it, 3 women bought it.
Well, if you're so worried about nourishment, why not take vitamins like I do? Now, vitamin A gives me sunshine. Vitamin B gives me energy. Vitamin C gives me calcium.
I take vitamin W.
What does that give you?
Wow!
Good evening, fellows. What's the discussion all about here, Bud?
Oh, hello, Ken.
Hello, Kenneth.
Costello's worrying about the meat shortage.
Yeah.
You know how he is. His eyes are bigger than his stomach.
They are. Hello, fat eyes. Of course, I'm not worried about the meat shortage.
Why should you, with that mutton head?
You should talk, fat boy.
Who's fat? I got a military figure.
That's right. When you wear a belt, your stomach goes over the top.
Now, quiet, Skinny. Why don't you get a pair of snowshoes?
What does he need snowshoes for?
When he takes a bath, he won't slide down the drain.
That's no way to talk.
Oh, no? When he gets undressed, it's like unveiling a golf stick.
Now.
He's so skinny, he has to put a bell on his tonsils to prove he's breathing.
Just a minute, Costello. You're always making fun of my physique. You should see my chest expansion.
Yeah, go on, Ken. Show him. Take a deep breath.
All right.
And a boy. No more, Ken. Deeper. That's it. Deeper. More air.
Gee, guess I breathed too deep.
Look, Niles, if that wife of yours only fed you some meat, you wouldn't fall apart that day.
Oh, yeah? Well, look, my wife doesn't have to. I'm a vegetarian. I'm crazy about vegetables.
You must be to be married to that old tomato.
I heard that remark, Costello.
Now, don't fret, darling. I'll tell him. Costello, I'll have you know my wife is a striking woman.
And you got the black and blue marks to prove it.
Now, Costello, you'll have to admit that Mrs. Niles has a winning smile.
Yeah, and a losing face.
Oh, is that so? How have you known my picture has been on many a cover?
Magazine or manhole?
Oh, you behave yourself.
How you doing, honey?
I'll be nice.
How dare you talk that way? Why, men throw their hearts at my feet, flowers at my feet, gifts at my feet.
What have your feet got that you haven't got?
Now, wait a minute. This isn't getting the meat problem solved. You see, Mrs. Niles, before you came in, we were discussing the meat shortage.
Oh, that doesn't affect me. I get my meat by the pound.
Next time you pass the pound, get me some.
I do not eat dog meat.
You don't, huh? Here, Queenie. Come on, Queenie.
Please, now stop that.
Here, Queenie, come here.
I said you stop that right away, or
Costello, please. Will you behave yourself? Leave Mrs. Niles alone.
Now, don't tell me what to do, Abbott. I'm going to get some meat if I have to go out and hunt it myself.
Come in.
Hello, Costello. I just overheard that you were going hunting, and I thought I'd drop in and say hello. I'm the game warden up in the woods. My name's Boone, Mr. Boone. That's it. Boone, Boone. Boone.
Hiya, Boone. I know your sister, Bab.
It's a very good idea to go hunting for meat. Everybody's there to meet, even old Mother Hubbard. Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard to get a dog a bone, and when she got there, the bone was there. So she ate it. My name's Boone, Boone. Boone, Boone.
Was your mother ever frightened by a broken record? I know a poem, too, Boone. This little piggy went to the market. This little piggy stayed home. This little piggy got roast beef. She knew the butcher.
Tell us, Mr. Boone, are there any restrictions on hunting up in your woods?
Well, you can't go shooting all the animals. You see, they have just as much right to live as I.
Even more.
And now to the rules. Are you, Luke Costello, going hunting with Bud Abbott?
Yes.
Then kindly step forward. Do you both promise to honor and obey the hunting laws of the state?
I do.
I do.
And do you both further promise to love and cherish the grandeur of nature?
I do.
And in the event of danger, do you solemnly promise to protect each other until death do you part?
I do.
Very well, then. I now pronounce you man and wife. The name is Boone, 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 Boone.
Man and wife? Well, Abbott, ain't you going to kiss me?
Get out of here.
Bud Abbott, don't go away.
Yes, Dad.
Bud, look, you know anything about flying?
Sure I do. I was flying even when I was a little kid.
Really?
Yeah, I jumped off the roof with an umbrella and I stayed in the air for 3 hours.
Oh, wait a minute. How could you stay in the air for 3 hours?
My pants got caught on the drain pipe.
A ripping joke. But look, I'm talking about real flying. Like trying to tear the wings off an experimental ship in a power dive. Stuff like that is just meat and potatoes for Red Hulse, the Curtiss test pilot who tried out the Navy's amazing new dive bomber. And whether it's planes or cigarettes, Red Hulse likes to test things out for himself. He said, quote,
I picked Camels after I'd smoked them long enough to know that they were the only brand that suited me best on all accounts. They're really easy on my throat, and they give me that full, rich taste I like.
Unquote. Yes, with men in all the services, Camel is the favorite, according to actual sales records in post exchanges and canteens. You're in good company when you smoke Camels. You're joining thousands of men and women who have been smoking them for more than 25 years. Smoking Camels, the cigarette we believe more people have been smoking longer than any other. Loyalty like that proves Camel's character, the thing that makes you like Camels more with every pack you smoke. You can find out about character for yourself in your T-zone. T for taste and T for throat. Your own proving ground for flavor and mild. You'll find that Camels have more flavor, and it's extra flavor that helps them to wear well, pack after pack. Camels are extra mild, too, because they're slow-burning and cool smoking. For steady smoking, stick to Camels, the cigarette that's expertly blended of costlier tobaccos. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels, get a pack tonight. You'll want to buy a carton tomorrow. Freddie Richards Orchestra and the Camel 5 introduce the title song from Dick Powell's new picture, Happy Go Lucky.
Can this be me feeling so happy-go-lucky? Looking in your happy-go-lucky eyes. Can this be me feeling so happy-go-lucky? Me who always acted so smart and wise. Can this be me singing, oh, everything's lucky? Follow your head with a happy-go-lucky way. Well, if it's me feeling so happy-go-lucky, pardon me while I forgive to say, heaven bless this happy-go-lucky day. Pardon me while I forget to say, heaven will bless this happy-go-lucky day.
Well, here we are, Costello. The Pine Tree Hunting Lodge in the heart of the North Woods. How you ought to be able to shoot plenty of meat up here.
I don't know, Abbott. It's too cold up here. Let's get back to town. I want to get my spine defrosted.
Oh, don't be silly. This is invigorating. It isn't cold.
It isn't cold?
Certainly not.
I just saw a squirrel going down the road wearing a silver fox.
Oh, come on. What's the matter with your eyesight? That's nonsense.
And right behind him was a rabbit wearing earmuffs.
Oh, now, Lou, come on.
What was it, Abbott?
Come on, Doc.
Rabbit, Abbott, somebody, I don't know.
Never mind that.
Oh, next page.
Come on. Well, come on, let's get our things unpacked. Did you bring my red hunting jacket? I hope.
No. You dummy, I can't go hunting without a red jacket. Now, you know that. Don't worry. You'll have a red jacket. I will. Yeah, I brought your Palm Beach suit and 4 bottles of ketchup. Oh. Well, anyhow, I sent for a guy to take us hunting. I wish he'd get here. I'm dying for a piece of venison. Venison? Sure, that's deer meat. Wouldn't you like to shoot a buck deer? I haven't got a buck, honey. Look, I'm talking about hunting. Haven't you ever hunted before? Oh, sure. I caught a mink that shot $9 in 15 minutes. Now, that's ridiculous. How could you shoot $9 in 15 minutes? Did you ever go out with a hungry blonde? Sure, I should say not. Oh, skip it. And get that suitcase unpacked. Hey, wait a minute. Sounds like a mouse in that suitcase. Open it up. It's a mouse, all right.
And I'm only 3.5 years old.
Hey, it's that kid again, ain't it?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Hey, Matilda. Now, look, this is no place for a little girl. A girl, or whatever it is. Why don't they make bigger tights? All right, never mind that. Now, be nice. There's a lot of wild animals up here.
I'm not afraid of animals. My daddy's an elk.
Elk? Matilda, that kind of an elk isn't an animal.
You never saw my daddy.
Why don't you stick your head in a bear trap and don't let go? Costello, how can you be so unkind to that child? She has a good head on her. Her head in a bat would start a softball game.
Uncle Louie, can I go hunting with you? I know how to handle animals. Once I grabbed a cow by the horn.
Now, Matilda, behave. A cow hasn't any horns.
No wonder I got milk.
Matilda, how can you be so stupid? No, Costello, Matilda's just a child. Her brain is developing. Yeah, too little and too late.
Uncle Louie, I want to go hunting with you. I want to pull a bear's tail.
No, you don't. If you pull a bear's tail, it will bite you.
No, it won't.
And why not?
Bears don't bite with that end.
And look, Matilda, will you do us a favor, please? Just run along and don't bother us now. The guide is going to be here soon to take us hunting. And Uncle Louie and I have to unpack.
Well, before I go, Uncle Louie, can I do my animal impersonation?
Okay, anything at all. What is it?
It goes like this. Kiss, ouch. Kiss, ouch. Kiss, ouch.
Wait a minute. What's that kiss, ouch?
That's 2 porcupines necking.
Will you get out of here? Hey, I'd like to find out who Matilda's rider is. Not bad. What's the matter now? For a minute, that kid, I thought I was 103.5 years old. 103.5? So wait a minute. That must be the guide now. Come in.
Howdy, fellows. I'm your hunting guide.
Hey, Abbott, it's a dame. Quiet, certainly. Don't you recognize her? It's Claire Trevor. Now, wait a minute, Miss Trevor. We weren't expecting a girl. We thought a man was going to lead us.
Well, didn't you ever follow a woman before?
Well, once I followed a woman who used to catch minks.
Trapper?
No, another guy beat me to her. Now, don't talk like that, Lou.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Abbott. You know, my sister thinks Costello is the best comedian on the air.
Oh, gee, thanks. I'd like to meet her.
Well, you can't. We never let her out of the attic.
What a clever Trevor. Costello, behave. Now, Miss Trevor.
Oh, won't you call me Claire?
Well, will you call me Bud? Will you call me when this is all over? By the way, Claire, how did you happen to become a guide handling guns and rifles?
Well, you see, in pictures, I used to be a gangster's mole.
Mole? The word is mouth.
I know, but I can't get a laugh with mouth.
Mm-hmm. That takes care of me, sister. All right. Now, just take it easy. No remarks, Costello. You see, Claire, the reason we came up here in the woods is because of the meat shortage. Costello wants to do a little hunting.
Oh, really? What's your favorite animal?
Roast beef? Costello. People don't hunt roast beef. What was that line in front of the butcher's this morning? Termites? All right. Now, just let it go at that. Take it easy.
All right, boys, let's get to the hunting trip. Now, you start out at 5 o'clock in the morning. You tramp for 15 miles with a pack on your back, a lilt in your voice, a song in your soul.
And a blister on my heel. We should reach the mountain by noon, don't you think, Claire?
Yes, that's about right. And 12 to 1, we climb the mountain.
12 to 1, I don't make it. It must be beautiful on top of the mountain, Claire.
Oh, it is. And you can listen to your echo. You simply say, hello, and then the echo says, hello.
Sociable, ain't it?
And then I yell again, how are you? And the echo comes back, how are you? And then I say, it's a nice day.
Say, Claire.
Yes?
You enjoy that sort of thing? Quiet, Costello. Go
Oh,
ahead.
yeah.
All right, never mind. Please. Happy New Year! Merry Christmas! No, nothing of the kind. You know echoes? Huh? Echoes. Maybe Claire enjoys them, maybe you don't. So just keep quiet. Go ahead.
I like eclairs.
Not eclairs, not those things. This is entirely different. Now behave.
Oh, it's very exciting.
Yes.
And as you're standing there, suddenly you hear a loud roar, and through the brush comes the most ferocious bear in the world. Oh, Grizzly. Costello, you rush up and grab him with your bare hands.
What kind of a fool do you think I am?
Why, are there different kinds?
Costello, what would you do in the face of such danger? Why, I'll do what I did once before. What do you mean? A bear was coming at me. No, I picked up my gun. You did? And with one bullet, I shot him in the foot and knocked all his teeth out. Now, wait a minute. How could you knock all his teeth out if you shot him in the foot? He was biting his nails.
Here's Connie Haynes of the Camel 5 with a sparkling tune from Paramount's Star Spangled Rhythm, doing it for defense.
Mr. Bones, get this right. I'm your date for tonight. But when I hold you tight, I'm doing it for defense. Months and months you've been drilled. Now it's time you were thrilled. Start from here, then we build. I'm doing it for defense. If you kiss my lips and you feel me respond, it's because I just can't afford a bond. If you think you're Cary Grant, brother, relax. You're just a rebate on my income tax. Don't be hurt, don't get sore. I'm a pal, nothing more. This ain't love, this is war. I'm doing it for defense. Don't be hurt, don't get sore. I'm a pal, nothing more. This ain't love, this is war. Mister, don't take offense. Doing it at my expense. For all of Uncle Sammy's strength, I'm doing it. Sister.
Costello, what are you shooting at? We haven't started any game yet. It says in my hunting book, if you get cold, take a couple of shots.
Oh. Yeah, but you almost hit me. What's the matter? Eyes bad?
What, Claire?
Eyes bad. Izzoo? Izzoo a bad girl?
No.
Izzoo?
No.
Hey.
Miss Trevor's trying to pick up some animal tracks. Follow her. Okay. Gee, Claire, that's a nice bustle you're wearing.
That's no bustle. A knapsack slip. Oh, say. Hey, my dog must be on the trail of something.
Hey. Go away. Get him away from me. Be careful of that dog, Costello. It's an Airedale. I know. I can feel the air.
Oh, dear. I suppose I should have brought a muzzle.
A muzzle?
Muzzle.
So you should have brought a muzzle. Why, do you bite too? Yeah. I'll stop these remarks, Costello. Claire's dog is very intelligent.
He certainly is, and I'll prove it to you. Roger, how much is 1 and 1? good. How much is 2 and 2?
Hey, what a smart dog. Hey, Roger, what time is it?
5:30.
That ain't a hunting dog. That's a watchdog. You're welcome. What am I talking to, dog?
Well, boys, you better get your guns loaded. We may come across some game any minute.
Gun loaded, Costello? Yes.
Wait a minute. Look. There's a wild turkey over there.
Hey, Abbott.
A turkey! A real turkey! Woo!
I'm finally going to get something to eat. All right, take it easy now. Sight your gun. Now, ready? Aim.
Must we shoot the bird when his back is turned? I'm the warden named Boone Boone. Boone Boone.
Just a second, Warden. I'm the guide, and Mr. Costello isn't doing anything wrong.
Yes, he is. That's too large a gun for such a small bird. Naughty, naughty named Boone Boone Boone.
Hey, Boone, Boone, Boone. Wait a minute. Can I use a bow and arrow?
Oh, no. That's much too sharp, too sharp.
Then can I use a slingshot?
No, that would bruise the bird.
Do you mind if I just give him a dirty look? Hey, wait a minute. There's a whole flock of ducks getting up out of the water.
Oh, yes. You stand in the middle, Costello.
In the middle? And let you two shoot over me?
Yes, and I'll take the high bird.
And I'll take the low bird. And I'll be in a hospital before you. Say, Claire, you see that bear tracks over there across the stream?
Yes, I think so. Go ahead, Costello. Jump across the stream.
Okay.
Hey, help! Help! The water's cold! It's like cold! My hands are freezing!
Put them in your pocket.
Okay. That's no good. I keep going down. Will you help me? I'm drowning. I'm going down for the 5th time.
3 times is the limit.
Then I just set a new record.
Here. Give me your hand. Here, I'd better carry you across.
All right, dear, but if you try to kiss me, I'll call for Mother.
Oh, goody. She's getting a girl for me.
Quiet, boys. Look, see how these bears' tracks go right into that cave? I think we'll find our grizzly inside.
Yes. I see 2 eyes shining in the dark. Step aside, Abbott. I'll get him. Come on in there, you old grizzly. I'm going to shoot. Come on out.
Don't shoot. I'm only 3.5 years old.
This kid can get in my hair more times. Matilda, what are you doing in this cave?
I went in there to catch this little pussycat. It's a whippersnapper.
Oh, no, little girl. That's a skunk.
That's what I said. A whippersnapper.
Listen, Matilda, you better get out of here. Go on back to the cabin.
But what if I meet a very ferocious animal?
He'll have to take care of himself. Go on, beat it.
Hey, boys, come here. You know, I think the bear's already been in this cave. Here's a piece of fur off his coat.
Coat? You mean a bear wears a coat? No, you dummy pelt. Hide. Where should I hide?
He means hide. Hide. The bear's outside.
Well, let him stay outside. We don't want him in here.
Oh, come on, let's get moving. We've got to find our grizzly before it gets dark. You know, there's another cave about 10 miles from here.
10 miles?
Yeah, let's walk fast. Well, here we are.
We certainly got here fast, didn't we?
Yeah, well, we had to. This is only a 5-minute sketch.
Oh, say, listen. There's something over there. Look. It's a wolf. Now, wait a minute. That's Ken Niles. What's the idea, Niles? You can't be a wolf.
Why not? He's from Hollywood.
Hey, what's going on here? I thought I was going to do some hunting.
Oh, Costello, look. There's a little beaver down in the stream.
Isn't he cute? I wonder what the little beaver's doing. Probably waiting for Red Ryder. Red Ryder? Why don't you try some beaver meat, Costello? Okay, hand me my gun.
I'm Boone Boone Boone. Mustn't shoot the little beaver. Fur cats, $50. After all, beavers build dams.
You mean dams?
Swearing cats, $40.
You better pay, Costello.
$40? Don't make me laugh.
Laugh? Amusement cats, $20.
Hey, Abbott, hand me my gun.
Oh, don't shoot. Remember, I'm the game warden. Boone, Boone, Boone.
Oh, you were the game warden. Costello. Oh, that was a terrible thing you did.
Yes, Costello. Now you're in real trouble.
You said it. I don't know how to cook a game warden.
Land and sea and in the air, it's camels. Camels, first with the men in the army. Camels, first with the men in the Navy. Camels, first with the men in the Marine Corps. Camels, first with the men in the Coast Guard. Yes, with men in all the services, Camel is the favorite, according to actual sales records in post exchanges and canteens. Remember that, whether you're buying cigarettes to send to men in the service or to smoke yourself. Camels have the flavor, extra flavor, that helps them to hold up pack after pack, no matter how many you smoke. And Camels have the extra mildness, slow burning and cool smoking that go with costlier tobaccos expertly blended. For steady smoking, stick to Camels. Your throat and your taste will tell you. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels, get a pack tonight. Send a carton to that fellow in the service. And remember, you can still send Camels to Army personnel in the United States and to men in the Navy, Marines, or Coast Guard, wherever they are. The Post Office rule against mailing packages applies only to those sent to the overseas army. Before we hear from Abbott and Costello again, here is an important announcement from our government for every young woman between the ages of 18 and 35. Your country is facing a shortage of nurses, a shortage so serious that the safety of our war wounded and the health of our civilians are in grave danger. Mid-year classes for student nurses are being formed now. Every student nurse will immediately help to free trained nurses for overseas duty because students start hospital work right away. Women who are unable to afford tuition may apply for scholarships. Here's what you do. If you are a citizen between 18 and 35, graduated from high school and in good health, write today to Student Nurses, Box 88, New York City. And now, here's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello again.
Thanks, Ken. Ladies and gentlemen, next Thursday night our program will be broadcast from the Navy Receiving Station at San Pedro, California. So, to Captain Feineman and his staff, and to my fine friends Chaplain Bennett and Lieutenant Commander Myers, thanks for the invitation, and we'll all be seeing you next week. And our guest will be Betty Hutton. So good night, everybody.
Good night. Remember, Camels present 4 great radio shows each week. Camel Caravan tomorrow night, Bob Hawk on Saturday. Monday night it's Blondie, and next Thursday night, Abbott and Costello with Betty Hutton. Claire Trevor, who appeared with us this evening, will soon be seen in Columbia Pictures' forthcoming Technicolor film, The Desperados. And now this is Ken Niles reminding you to hear the Camel Caravan tomorrow night and wishing you all a pleasant good night from Hollywood.
Say, Mr. Pipe Smoker, how does your tongue feel after smoking a couple of good long pipefuls? If it feels uncomfortable, why not switch to Prince Albert, the pipe tobacco that's no-bite treated for cool, tongue-happy smoking comfort. PA's crimp cut, too, and that means it's easy to pack, easy to keep lit, and easy to draw. And remember, there are around 50 mild, rich-tasting pipefuls to every handy pocket package of Prince Albert. Try PA for Pipe Appeal. It's the National Joy Smoke. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is name. N-A-M-E.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
What a ridiculous name. Oh, that's me! Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples.
Groucho, we invited some girls from a department store to the program tonight.
And about time.
And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Margaret Myers. Her partner, Clem Swartz, has an interesting occupation. And here they come now. Folks, come on in to meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, youngsters. Welcome to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Let's see now. Miss Margaret Myers, huh? You work in a department store, is that right?
Yes, I do.
Where are you from originally?
I'm from Stewart, Nebraska.
What department store are you
Broadway
laboring
Hollywood.
under? What's that?
Broadway Hollywood.
You work at the Broadway Hollywood?
Yes, I do.
Well, really, that store carries prettier merchandise than I realized. Let's have a go at it someday. And you're Mr. Clem Schwartz, huh?
Yes, sir.
Is that how you pronounce it, Schwartz?
Yes, sir.
You'd say yes at anything, I can see that. Where are you from, Clemmy?
Broken Arrow, Oklahoma.
Come again?
Broken Arrow, Oklahoma.
I don't care what you broke. I asked you where you're from. Now, Clem Fenneman says that you have an interesting occupation. Just what do you do?
Well, sir, I'm a rodeo rider.
You're a radio writer?
Rodeo.
What show are you on, the March of Time?
Well, sir.
What kind of a radio writer?
A rodeo rider, you know.
Oh, a rodeo rider. Huh? Well, that's a horse of a different color, huh? How did you happen to get into that kind of a job?
Well, so I was raised back home on the ranch, and all the boys that I knew, you know, they rodeoed for a living, and golly, you know, it's a lot better deal of doing that than it is working for a living.
Well, it makes a lot of sense, Clem. Makes horse sense, as a matter of fact. Now, let's go shopping in your store. What kind of, Margaret, what do you do there?
I work in the notions department.
Well, what is a notion? I've seen that word many times, but just what does it mean?
Well, it's a notion, whatever you get a notion to have. It's hard to describe.
Well, some of the notions I have, you said you couldn't buy in a department store. Do you have any headaches in a job like that?
Oh, yes, lots of them.
Like what?
Oh, for one thing, we can't get enough girls in our department.
Yeah, well, I've had that complaint, too. You too, Clem?
Oh, gosh, yeah.
I should imagine you do right well, Clem.
But that's just about all I do, I reckon. It's amazing.
You haven't got a girl out here, Clem?
Oh, gosh, no, I couldn't find one. And all these people out here, they're city folks, you know.
You mean city folks don't have girls? Is that what you're implying?
Well, the city boys has already got them, if you know what I mean.
How about down there in Kediddlehopper where you were born? Is that the name of it? How about that? Did you have a girl down there?
Yeah, I had one down there.
And is that why you came up here?
No, not hardly.
Well, is she pining for you down there in the middle of the road, the highway?
Well, she might be, but I don't hardly think so. Now, I'm fixing to get a new one if I get the right kind of an opportunity, you know.
Well, what would you regard as a likely opportunity?
Well, shucks, I reckon just one that wasn't married.
Clem, your standards are too high. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $2,000 question. Right now, I want you to pay close attention to some mighty interesting information.
Have you seen, have you driven the new DeSoto Fire Dome 8? It's America's most spectacular new car. Featuring the revolutionary new DeSoto 160 horsepower Fire Dome V8 engine that's the talk of the engineering world. What a thrill when you get behind the wheel of the new DeSoto, when you feel the tremendous surging power, the instant acceleration at your command at all speeds. Because DeSoto's new 160 horsepower Fire Dome V8 engine is America's most powerful engine design. Its unique dome-shaped combustion chambers produce more power from every drop of gas and on regular gasoline. Not only that, the new DeSoto Fire Dome 8 also brings you amazing new power steering, so that even in parking, when your car's at a standstill, you can turn the steering wheel with one finger. Yes, as easy as dialing a phone.
Tomorrow, go to your DeSoto Plymouth dealers and see and drive the new 160-horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome 8, America's most spectacular new car.
By the way, congratulations. Congratulations, Fenneman. Huh? You know, George was voted the best announcer in television by 1,500 newspaper editors in the recent Fame poll. And that is the real poll. And I was delighted to find out that you won this, George. And I hope that you don't try to strike us for more money. That's all. Now, here we go. Let's see how high you can build your $20. You selected songs about animals as your category. How much of the $20 you going to bet?
Well, I think about $16.
I reckon that'll be a plenty, won't it?
$16. Well, okay. Give me the title of this animal song. Play, Jerry.
Monkey and the Weasel. Pop goes the weasel.
Pop goes the weasel is right.
Well, you're off to a good start. You have $36.
Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 36 will you bet this time?
35, I reckon.
35, he reckons.
Hard to say.
He does more reckoning without ever adding up. All right, play, Jerry.
Woo! Donkey Serenade.
All right, what is it? No, the Whistler and his dog.
You now have $1.
You have $1. How much you reckon you're going to bet this time, Clem?
Like that, George, we're getting kind of low, aren't we? Let's just bet 50 cents.
50 cents of that?
50 cents. Let's see if you can identify this animal song. Play, Jerry.
You now have $1.50.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much are you going to reckon?
Oh, let's might as well bet it all.
Shucks, let's save just a little bit. Let's
Okay.
bet
Okay.
I'm going to bet $1.48.
You're going to bet $1.48, eh? He's reckoning us, and we're wrecking him. All right, here we go for $1.48. Play.
Old gray mare, she ain't what she used to be.
Old gray mare, she ain't what she used to be.
And you'll wind up with $2.98.
Nobody leaves here with $2.98. I'm going to give you one more question, get it right, and we bring your winnings up to $25. You ready? How long do you cook a 3-minute egg? 3 minutes is right.
We have a housewife for you now, Groucho. Mrs. Marshall Lester. She was picked from our studio audience just before we went on the air. Her partner is a special guest, a member of the Los Angeles City Council, Mr. Kenneth Hahn. And here they are, folks. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mrs. Marshall Lester and Councilman Kenneth Hahn, eh? Oh, come now. Are you really a councilman?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Can't be. You've got your hands in your own pockets. I apologize, Mr. Hahn. I didn't really mean that. It just slipped out. Will you ignore what I just said?
Certainly.
He's a politician, all right. He'll ignore anything we voters have to say. Mrs. Marshall Lester, you're the housewife, huh?
Yes.
I'll call you Marcia, and you can call me Mallow. How'd you meet your husband?
Well, I was coming out of the May Company just loaded with packages.
You were, eh?
And,
I hope you didn't get stuck in a revolving door.
well, almost just as bad. I slipped, and it was raining, and I was trying to hold my little umbrella, and I pulled my husband down, an innocent bystander with me. And that's how we met. He helped me up, and he's been helping me ever since.
Sounds like a real romance. They fell for each other in the month of May. Oh, no, that was a department store. Mr. Kenneth Hahn, you're a councilman, eh? I find it very stimulating talking to a councilman. Can you fix a traffic ticket?
No, Groucho.
Well, I don't see any point in continuing this conversation. I can't keep calling you Mr. Hahn, a young, fine-looking fellow like you, a councilman. What shall I call you?
My friends call me Kenny.
Incredible. A man in public office who still has friends? Why, his son Kenny. How old are you, Ken?
31.
31, huh? And how long have you been in office?
I've been in office 5 years.
I imagine you've had some interesting experiences with your constituents. Do you remember any hot ones that you could relate?
Well, just a week or so ago, a lady called me at my home at 10:30 at night.
Are you married?
Yes, I am. So she called me at 10:30 at night.
Where was your wife?
My wife was in bed.
Where were you?
I was in bed, too, and the phone was ringing. So I jumped up to answer it. I thought it was some kind of emergency call.
Well, what kind of an emergency call did a politician get?
Oh, we get them plenty of calls, Groucho.
Is that so?
People in trouble or in jail, or they got a house is burning, or they want somebody to go to the hospital. Half the time they call a councilman instead of calling the right departments. So anyway, this lady calls me and says...
You're not going to let me horn in on this at all. He's going to wind up being governor. Then you're going to chase those grunion, you know that.
It's a lot of fun to do. So anyway, she called me.
You got a daughter named Honey Bear?
Oh, I have a son, and I have another...
Well, call him Honey Bear. Can't be elected unless you have a child named Honey Bear.
Well, I'll call the next one Honey Bear.
Okay. That's a promise now.
So she calls me at 10:30 at night. She said that the garbage...
It's about 11 now, isn't it?
She said...
on with the story.
All right, on with it. She said...
And the torpedoes.
She said the garbage man forgot to pick up her garbage for 2 consecutive times. She said she lives in a 4-family flat, that her garbage pail is full, her neighbors are full, and she's using the dish pan. She's got all the dishes, and her husband's mad at her, and she wanted me to do something about it. So I called her for emergency truck to see what they could do to help this lady out. Well, the next morning, they went by about midnight, I imagine, picked up the garbage. The next morning, she woke me. She was at the door about 7:30. Oh, I mean, wait a minute. Cross that out. She woke me about 6:30. I'm always up early. And
I'm letting him hang himself now.
At 6:30.
You notice I don't say anything anymore. You're riding alone, Councilman.
I'm afraid of that. So she said, Mr. Hahn, she says, I'll always vote for you. She said, that was just wonderful for you to come out last night and pick up the garbage yourself. I just want to know, where did you put it? And how'd you get it in your car? She says, if you know where to do it, she says, or she said, if you know how to get rid of the garbage, she says, maybe next time I can do it.
Well, Ken, I've been standing here taking pot shots at you, and I think it's only democratic to give you a chance to do the same. You're at liberty to say anything you want.
Well, since this is election year, I won't say too much except this, Groucho. Sincerely, that you are contributing a great deal to the welfare of our country. You're making millions of people laugh. I think you're doing a great deal for our country.
Well, that's very flattering. In the next election, I'll run to the polls and vote for you. Is that okay?
But you don't live in my district, do you?
Well, don't let that stop you. Well, I've kidded you, Mr. Hahn, but it was only in jest. And if you really want to find out what the people are thinking about it, you should take a look at the new DeSoto Fire Dome 8. Would you take a look at it for me?
I will, tomorrow morning.
Not too early. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, and you get a chance at the $2,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
Clem and his partner won $2.98, and the secret word is name.
All right, now here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected initials of government organizations. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you go for?
18.
18. That all right with you, Miss Mallow?
Fine.
She said Jester.
Oh. What do the initials RFC stand for?
Reconstruction Finance Corporation.
Absolutely right.
And you're off to a good start with $38.
I'm going for $2,000 tonight. How much of the 38 are you going to risk? Talk up. Talk up, Marshal. Let's hear you.
37.
37. The initials AEC stand for an important government group. What do these initials stand for?
Atomic Energy Commission.
You're absolutely right.
You now have $75.
I was bright enough to get out of politics. Here's your third question. How much of the 78 are you going to bet?
75.
75.
74.
74. What do the initials TVA stand for?
Tennessee Valley Authority.
Absolutely correct.
You now have $149.
You're crazy. Don't run for mayor. You're crazy if you do. Now, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 149?
All of it.
All of it.
All of it. The initials VA stand for an important government group. What do these initials stand for?
Veterans Administration.
All right.
You wound up with $298.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
We have a school teacher and a telephone operator for you now, Groucho. Mr. Robert Crawford is the teacher, and Miss Virginia Ryan is the operator, chosen by our studio audience just before we went on the air. And here they are.
Splendid.
Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome. Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Miss Virginia Ryan. And you're a telephone operator, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Where are you from, Virginia?
Tacoma, Iowa.
Are you married?
No.
Oh. That's terrible. A telephone girl without a ring. Well, I'll have to put in a plug for you sometime, huh? How is it, how come you're not married? Let's get colloquial here, huh?
Well, I'm not in any hurry.
She's a telephone operator, all right. But if I asked her for a date, she'd give me the busy signal. Mr. Robert Crawford, that's you, huh?
Right.
You look like Francis Weemer, the fellow who used to be golf champion. Anybody ever tell you that?
No.
Are you married?
Yes, I'm married.
How did you meet your wife?
I don't think that's worth discussing.
Well, I think every married man feels that way about it. Nevertheless, we're very persistent here. How did you meet her?
Well, to be truthful, I was coaching a basketball team in the 7-state tournament.
You were coaching basketball?
Coaching basketball.
Were you dribbling or drooling?
A little of both, I imagine.
What do you teach?
I teach some of my math courses. I'm head of the mathematics department.
Oh, there you. Quite a fellow here, eh? Basketball and mathematics, huh? What should I call a math teacher? You have a pretty dignified position, and I can't call you Robbie. What shall I call you?
Well, for about 12 years, my students have been calling me Uncle Fudd.
That's quite dignified, huh? Where do you teach, Fudd?
Santa Monica High School.
You don't teach, Fudd. I mean, where do you teach? Fudd. It's not getting any clearer.
I teach at
Fudd, where do you teach? I'll turn this thing around.
I teach at Santa Monica High School.
Oh, well, what are some of the subjects you teach these innocent children?
Well, you see, some of the students are planning to go to college, and that's the group that I teach, the upper group. I teach them college algebra, solid geometry, trigonometry.
Well, tell us about college algebra. What is that like?
I think it'd be more logical if I told you about high school algebra first.
That's not quite true. It'd be more logical if you first told me about kindergarten algebra. Do you have any tricks for cramming mathematics down these unsuspecting little gullets?
Well, I think I do. Most of the teachers use X's and Y's and Z's, but I have 3 little characters that I use, which I call which is a circle, and ha, which
is a circle?
Is a circle.
Well, I never knew that, huh?
You think in them. And then we have ha.
I don't think in circles now. You've got me wrong.
Ha is a square.
Yes, that's me, all right.
And a character I call Z, which is a diamond. And I use these to solve equations.
Could you give us a sample equation just so this would clarify itself in my mind?
Well, for example, the solution of a quadratic with these characters as coefficients would be x is equal to a minus half plus or minus the square root of half squared minus 4 all over 2 All right. The original quadratic was x squared plus half x plus z equals 0.
Well, tell us something about basketball. Well, I've learned a lot tonight, and I'll probably get a bill from the phone company for all this extra conversation. Even talk isn't cheap anymore. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question. All you got to do is run you $20 into more than our other couples. Can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
Councilman Hahn and his partner lead with $298.
Oh, I have a note here to remind me to tell you something. A good friend of mine, S.J. Perelman, has written a slanderous piece about me in the new issue of Holiday magazine. I think you'll like it. You'll find it in the April issue of Holiday. He's a wonderful writer, and even if you don't like the subject matter, I think you'll be crazy about it. Now then, we play the quiz. All right, here we go. Let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected husband and wife teams of radio and television. Here's your first question. How much of the $20 will you bet and talk out loud?
$19.52.
Here we go. One of the most popular husband and wife teams in radio actually use their own kids, Ricky and David, on their program. What is the name of this couple?
Ozzie and Harriet.
Ozzie and Harriet is right.
You're off to a good start. You have $39.52.
By the way, I saw them in their new movie, Here Come the Nelsons, the other night, and it's real George. For you squares in the audience, that means very good, and I recommend that you go see it. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $39.52 are you going to bet this time?
$39?
It'll be fine.
Oh, make it tough on yourself. You're a math teacher.
$39.08. $39.40 and 2 mills.
And don't forget, the mills of the gods grind slowly, but they grind exceeding fine.
Now, what's he going to bet?
How much you going to bet? Don't let him talk you out of it now, Scott.
$39.40 and 2 mills.
That's right. This man is allegedly a graduate of the University of San Francisco. He ought to know that.
402.
All right, here we go. Who play the title roles in The Halls of Ivy?
Ronald Coleman and his wife, Benita.
Benita Coleman. That's close enough. We'll give you that.
I have it.
Just a moment. How much have you got?
78.92.2.
Exactly what I had.
And I had it right on the tip of my tongue. All right, what is the name of the couple who live in... how much you bet?
We will bet $78.90.
And no Sun teams?
That's good
and
enough.
3 pesos, huh?
I got 3 pesos.
All right, what is the name of the couple who live in Wistful Vista?
Trevor McGee and
Trevor
Molly.
McGee and Molly. Just a moment. How much have they got, Fudd?
Oh, let's see. I lost track.
All right.
I've got it. You have $157.82 in 2 of those mills.
Now they got 4 mills. Now they got the Mills brothers. All right, it's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much you going to bet?
We'll bet $157.81.
Okay. I Love Lucy stars a husband and wife team. What are their names?
Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz.
Absolutely. Thanks for all those questions.
You wind up with $315.63, 2 mills, and that means that you two, in just 1 minute, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question. Attention all car owners. Now is the time to get your car ready for warmer weather. Now is the time to drive in at the famous sign of better service, your DeSoto Plymouth dealers, and ask for a springtime live action tune-up. First of all, the DeSoto Plymouth dealers' expert mechanics will go over the engine of your car, adjusting the carburetor, distributor, and timing, cleaning and regapping the spark plugs, cleaning and servicing the air cleaners. This will mean new pep to your car and more miles to the gallon. Your DeSoto Plymouth dealer will see to it that your car is properly lubricated to factory specifications and the engine oil changed, as well as transmission and differential lubricants. Your car's electrical system will be checked after the heavy load of winter. The cooling system, too, will be put in shape for the extra miles of warmer weather driving. So, for extra power, extra economy, extra satisfaction, tomorrow take your car for that springtime live action tune-up. Take it where you see the famous sign of better service, the friendly sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here comes the school teacher and the telephone operator, the winning couple, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question.
All right, here we go for $2,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Ready? One of the most dramatic episodes of World War II occurred in December 1939, when a German pocket battleship was scuttled and burned off the coast of Uruguay. For $2,000, what was the name of this ship? What is the answer you two have decided upon?
Closest we can say is the Schornhorst.
No, I'm sorry. It's the Graf Spee, I guess. S-P-E-E. The Graf Spee is the correct answer, so that means the big question next week will be worth $2,500. Well, you lost the big money, but how much did they win the quiz, George?
$315.63.
Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Thank you.
Tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, see DeSoto Fire Don't Make tomorrow.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. The 3 R's of safe driving are ready, reasonable, right. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, it's late afternoon as our scene opens now. And here, walking along the alley toward the small house halfway up in the next block, we find Mr. Victor Gook and his son, Mr. Rush Gook. The gentlemen are returning home from Tatman's vacant lot, where the latter apparently enjoyed a brilliant career at third base. For he's saying,
I had 3 putouts in a row to my credit in the 4th inning, and 3 in a row in the 5th. Talk about your red-hot corner. Third base was sure the red-hot corner this afternoon. I must have handled 20 separate and distinct grounders.
You were wonderful, all right.
Well, you saw me.
Yes, I did. And I couldn't help muttering to myself, he's wonderful. That man is wonderful.
Did you happen to be looking when I scooped up Bluetooth Johnson's wallop?
I don't...
It took a crazy bounce. Hit a rock or something. Anyway, it acted like it was going to go foul. But I was on my toes. I wasn't taking any chances. I stuck out my gloved hand and threw my body
Somebody
sideways.
sitting on our back porch?
Man, stuck out my gloved hand, see, and threw my body sideways. I might have broke my neck, but I stopped that ball. Rooster Davis paid me quite a compliment. He sauntered over from his shortstop position and patted me on the back. That's feeling the old apple fella, he says. Rooster Davis very seldom hands out compliments. I was flattered. Why, the last time...
Hi, ho, to ho.
Hi.
I'm on. Why, the last time that guy ever handed anybody a compliment was way back in 1935. It just so happened...
What's your mother got in her lap?
I don't know. Way back in 1935. It just so happened...
What you got in your lap, Corporal Stanwood?
Come here and see.
Way back in 1935. The last time Rooster Davis handed anybody a compliment was way back in 1935. It just so happened...
Grandpa Snyder when you were coming along the alley?
No.
Must have turned off on Kelsey.
He did. I noticed his wheelchair way up the block.
Grandpa paid me quite a visit. Only just left about 10 minutes ago.
I see you've also been at home to Ms. Harris.
Why?
Ain't that her Christmas card sample book there in your lap? No?
This is Grandpa Snyder's Christmas card sample book.
Don't tell me he's in the business.
He's in the business, and he's worse than all the rest of the people trying to sell me Christmas cards combined. He gets mad and shouts when you try to get out of buying.
Well, this is the same identical Christmas card sample book as Miss Harris has got.
Sure. Miss Harris and Grandpa Snyder are both representatives for the same company.
The Toledo concern?
Yeah. The outfit that gives you a free parking space for your automobile and your initials in your hat if you buy enough merchandise.
Mind if I look, Ma?
No, sit down. Help yourself.
Grandpa makes one more trying to line you up for Christmas cards.
Yes.
How many are there altogether?
I'd hate to count them.
They're certainly all enterprising salesmen. The summer ain't even set in yet. One generally associates Christmas cards with icy blasts and snow.
Here's a familiar one.
Huh?
Give me a kiss and make me feel fine. This is Christmas 1939.
Uh-huh.
Miss Harris has got it for sale.
Miss Harris has got all these for sale. Like I say, her and Grandpa represent the same company.
Wash off that dirty neck of yours and wipe away that sneer. I'm wishing you and your family a prosperous new year.
Move over, George. I want to look, too.
You've seen them all, Vic. They're exactly like the ones in Miss Harris's sample book.
Well, didn't you tell Grandpa you had dealings with a party connected with the same Christmas card company he works for? And
You try to tell him something he don't want to hear sometime.
How you mean?
He pretends to be deafer than he is.
Yeah?
Soon as he wheeled his wheelchair here by the porch and produced his sample book, I said, "Oh, lands, Grandpa. Miss Harris across the alley sells them kind of Christmas cards." He put that black tin horn up to his ear. "What?" he says. "What?" I repeated my remark several times, but all he said was what.
Say, that's not a bad idea.
No, good idea. If I ever try to sell something, I'm going to pretend I can't hear. The person you're trying to do business with won't bring up any objections if you can't hear his objections.
Very true.
Give me a kiss, old girl of mine. This is Christmas 1939.
Give me a kiss while it's snowing and sleeting, and accept this heartfelt holiday greeting.
Darn Christmas card company runs that give me a kiss business in the ground. The verses on half the cards in there start off that way.
Give me a kiss full of Christmas time joys. Santa Claus is coming with candy and toys.
Give me a kiss to remember, my dear. And don't forget, December 25th is for the holiday cheer.
Now, who could a person send cards like that to except their sweetheart or somebody? A family like us certainly wouldn't order 2 or 3 dozen of them and mail them to friends and acquaintances. Like Mr. Buller and YY Flirch and them.
Here's one for Mr. Buller. Give me a kiss and then go away. I'm listening for Christmas bells on Santa Claus' sleigh. Here's one for YY Flirch. Give me a kiss before I get mad. A prosperous New Year.
Stop.
What?
Quit reading them silly things.
Okay.
Well, how come Grandpa left the sample book saved? Why didn't you make him take it away with him?
I tried. It was hard enough. But he made out like he couldn't hear what I was saying.
Same stand-up.
Sure. Lands, I was almost screaming. I says, "Grandpa, there's absolutely no sense in you leaving your sample book here. We can't possibly give you an order." All he done was hold that trumpet up to his ear and say, "What?"
Well, could he hear your other remarks?
Oh, sure. I said, "Grandpa, how's everyone at home?" He said, "Just fine." I says, "The girls both feeling well?" He says, "Mabel's had a little cold, but she's about over it." I says, "Are you warm enough out here?" He says, "Very comfortable, thanks. I got a vest and 2 wool sweaters underneath my coat." I says, "I'm afraid I can't buy any Christmas cards off you." He says, "What?" "I'm afraid I can't buy any of your Christmas cards, Grandpa," I says. "What?" he says. "What?"
Kid you, old rooster.
You bet. He hears just what he wants to hear and nothing else.
Here's a page of samples that haven't got that give me a kiss feature. Give me a hug.
Aw.
Sure. Give me a hug, old girl of mine. This is Christmas 1939.
Oh, my.
Give me a hug while it's snowing and sleeting, and accept this heartfelt holiday greeting.
The same verses, only it's changed to hug, huh?
Yeah. Give me a hug before I get mad. A prosperous New Year.
It's difficult to work up the true Christmas spirit during this summer weather. I need icicles.
Here's a verse I haven't seen before. Give me a hug for Christmas time's sake. If I don't receive presents, I'll jump in the lake.
You made that up.
Oh, look for yourself. Right here, all lettered in tinsel. Give me a hug for Christmas time's sake. If I don't receive...
out and out crazy.
Yeah.
The worst thing about Grandpa being here with his sample book was Miss Harris saw him. She stepped out on her back porch to water her plants and glanced over this way.
Well, she probably didn't suspect Grandpa was a competitor of hers in the Christmas card.
Oh, yes, she did. She spotted the sample book.
Oh, you know.
I could tell.
Well, it's a long distance from her porch, Grandpa.
Listen now, while I tell you what she done. She put down her sprinkler and turned this way and stared, with her hands on her hips.
Well, that don't prove anything.
Sure it does. Well, I wouldn't be surprised but what our voices carried over to her house. Mine could have easy enough. I was shouting. I'm afraid I can't buy any Christmas cards from you, Grandpa, I hollered. Why, I'll bet my necktie she heard me. Sure.
Give me a hug, you saucy minx. Old Santa
I
Claus.
just couldn't do anything with Grandpa. Almost got myself hoarse trying to explain. Grandpa, I says, I can't give you an order. My next-door neighbor, Miss Scott, sells Christmas cards. Miss Harris across the alley sells Christmas cards. My sister in Carberry, Illinois, sells Christmas cards for the church treasury. Even my little boy sells Christmas cards. The children make them up at high school there. I might just as well have been talking to the garbage box. He sat in his wheelchair with his darn old trumpet to his ear and said what?
Very brainy old geezer.
I'll say.
Give me a hug or I'll kick your father. Holiday chimes.
Heard everything else I said. I says, Grandpa, we don't see much of you around Virginia Avenue these days. He says, I've been spending most of my time over on Clinton Boulevard. They're tearing up the street. I says, I read in the newspaper where it stated Beulah took a trip to Detroit, Michigan. He says, yes, visited a girl she went to business college with and her husband. But when I said, Grandpa, Miss Harris across the alley has got these same kind of Christmas cards for sale, it was a different story. What? He says. What? So now I've got this sample book to worry about.
And a brand new Christmas card salesman breathing his hot breath down your neck.
Yeah.
Back to kisses again here.
Right so.
Give me a kiss or I'll telephone the police. May the blessings of Christmas never cease.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
Myers, makers of Mum, the safer deodorant, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair, bring you Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you eat? Meet the Archie, the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. How's business? Well, let me put it this way. If business was a prize fighter, we'd be throwing water in his face. Huh? Grogan's across the street is doing great business? I don't know about that, Duffy. There's just as many people coming out of his place as there is going in. Huh? Look, Duffy, there's a million jobs open, and if you don't like the way I'm running this place, why don't you fire me? Huh? Duffy, after 8 years, do you have to be so hasty? Huh? Look, Virus, I have a TL for you. Compared to you, Simon Legree is the smiling Irishman. And as long as you're in this mood, how about a raise? Hello? That chiseler. That crumb. That miser. That... Stunk. Stunk? Eddie, quit defending the guy. Works me like a dog. 7 days a week. On me feet, 15 hours a day. Where's that newspaper?
You're sitting on it.
Oh. I'm going to look up them help wanted ads.
Yeah. Look and see if you can find an ad saying, wanted, lazy bartender.
Just a minute. Bartending ain't the only thing I can do. There's 100 jobs I'm qualified for.
100?
Yeah.
Name one.
Well,
Well?
Okay, so there's only 99. Now, let's look at that paper. Accountants, bakers, barbers.
Anything there for experienced chicken plucker?
Eddie, please.
Let me see that paper. Maybe I can find a job for you. Yes, a job at the circus.
Circus, huh? Sounds good. What is it?
Yes, it says, wanted, ambitious young man to place head in lion's mouth.
Better read the next one.
Wanted, plastic surgeon to contact man who formerly held job listed above.
Eddie, give me the paper. I'll look up my own ad.
Hey, Archie.
Huh?
What did you say to Papa on the telephone?
Why?
Well, when I left home, he was clutching the receiver, frothing at the mouth. His face was turning purple.
But all I did was ask him for a raise.
You might just as well have shot him through the heart.
On your father, Miss Duffy, that's a pretty small target. Look, why does the guy hate me so?
What makes you think that he hates you?
I don't know. It's the funny way that he looks at me every time he says, Archie, I can't stand you.
Granted. But don't forget he hates you less than he hates other people, and with Papa, that's the same as liking you.
I see.
After all, you know Papa. His bark is really worse than his bite.
Well, that's only because he ain't got no teeth.
Miss Archie, hey, got something here for you.
You got something for me? It ain't a left.
Come up.
Let's shoot a gun off around here. Anybody got a gun? We can shoot it either direction. I don't care. They can aim it at myself or we'll aim it at anybody you can think of here. What was you saying, young man?
I got something for you, though. No stuff. Yes.
What do you got?
I got you. Yes, it says, in the personal column, lonely lady would like to meet young escort.
Well, that sounds pretty good.
Must be tall.
Yes.
Athletic.
Yes.
Good dancer.
Yes.
Speak Hungarian.
Oh, yeah. Too bad it ain't French.
You speak French?
No, but a Hungarian dame would never know the difference. Anything else in that personal column, Eddie?
Let's see here now. Man, 3'6", wishes to contact woman of same size. Midgets need not apply.
Pretty choosy, ain't they, them little lilliputses? But you know something, Eddie? That personal column, that gives me an idea.
You mean you're going to advertise for a rich wife?
Why not? It's the good old American system of free enterprise. The right of every man to hook himself a rich dame. Eddie, write down this ad, will you?
Okay.
Got the pencil there?
Yeah, man, I'm ready.
Okay, now, independently wealthy tavern keeper seeks wife in similar straits. Tall, handsome, intellectual.
How you spell intellectual?
Who knows? Let's see. Debonair, divine dancer.
Look who's a divine dancer.
May I remind you that at Roseland, I am still remembered as the only 3-time winner of the pickle dish.
Miss Archie, this idea of putting an ad in the personal column, it's crackpot.
Mr. Green, it may amaze you to know that some of our greatest geniuses has been called crackpots.
What?
Hiya, Finnegan.
What? No.
Oh, not much. I'm thinking of getting married.
Well, that's nice. To a dame?
Of course, to a dame, you know. Sometimes being a bachelor, gets kind of lonely. Take you. Haven't you ever felt alone and deserted?
Only when I'm with people.
But, Arch, why do you have to get married? Look, come here. Why don't you play it smart? Get divorced.
Well, Eddie, you can't put the cart before the hearse. You can't get a divorce until you get married.
Really? See, the married guys get all the breaks.
You know something? You're beginning to talk like a philosopher.
Well, a guy can't make sense all the time. Hey, what kind of a dame you think you'll marry, Art?
Oh, well, I'm thinking of marrying a dame with plenty of dough, you know. I'm going to marry for money.
Oh. Well, why not? If the alley con can do it, what can it do?
Yeah, that's right.
Miss Archie, this ad for the personal column, how you want to sign it?
Sign it, Prince Charming, Maharaja of Pakistan.
Okay, Sahib.
Okay.
Hello, Arch. What's going on?
What's going on is terrible. Hello, Joe. Ain't you heard? I'm getting married.
Well, congratulations. Who's the lucky girl?
Peaches Latour.
Well, who's she?
Yeah, she's the dame that ain't marrying him.
Quiet, Eddie. No, Joe, I'm marrying a very wealthy dame.
What?
You know, you wouldn't mind if this was subtle stuff. I'm marrying a very wealthy dame, Joe.
You are?
Yeah. Here, read me ad.
Well, Arch, I'm surprised. What would a guy like you do if you married a wealthy woman?
Nothing, Joe. Absolutely nothing.
Well, you know, you'll never get a woman this way. This ad. Well, you forget to mention the one thing you've got that'll attract any woman.
Joe, you mean...
I certainly do. Brains.
Funny, Joe, I could have sworn you was going to say Vitalis.
Oh, well, that goes without saying.
Really?
It takes brains to know that Vitalis is just about the best thing you can use to keep your hair well-groomed, healthy-looking. That's because Vitalis protects your hair against the drying effects of the hot sun and all those extra showers you take in summer. Why, no other hair preparation can give your scalp and hair better protection than Vitalis and the 60-second workout. For the Vitalis formula contains two of the same ingredients that many skin specialists prescribe for dry, flaky scalps, plus all the other extras that make your hair more handsome, more healthy-looking. So try the Vitalis 60-second workout. Let it prevent scalp and hair dryness, rout flaky dandruff, and give you the best-looking, healthiest-looking head of hair you ever had. You look your best tomorrow if you get a bottle of Vitalis today.
Hey, Miss Archie, look there. You got an answer to your ad in the personal column.
No kidding, Eddie. Quick, open it up.
Okay, let's see. Wait a minute. You say, Dear Prince Charming, I am a widow.
Yes?
My name is Agatha Pitt.
84 years old.
How can you tell?
Who do you know that has named his kid Agatha in the last 84 years? However, continue the letter.
You know, it says here, in addition to being independently wealthy, I am...
Eddie, what was that word?
Independently.
No.
Addition?
No.
I am...
Eddie, stop frustrating me. Give me the letter. Hey, you're right. Independently wealthy. One little ad, and I meet Agatha. Me soulmate.
But I still think anybody that gets married is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, and I agree with you, Finnegan.
You agree with him?
Yeah.
You? Bit of tea from a girl with a general yen. And what's wrong with marriage?
Just that nobody that gets married is happy, Archie.
On the au contraire. There's plenty of couples that's happily married.
Name me one.
How about Mr. and Mrs. Kelly?
Her mother came to live with them.
Oh. Well, how about Millie, Willie, and Mabel? Now, there's a happy couple.
You mean Mabel Higgins?
Yeah.
The one with the blonde hair and the dimples?
That's right.
The one that ran off with a good humor man?
The good humor man. Really?
Yeah. She fell for him just because he had a car.
Oh.
There. Now, you see what I mean, Archie?
Well, that's just 2 cases. What about Harry and Maggie? That Maggie, what a devoted wife.
Archie, remember what happened last week?
Okay, so she poisoned him. But did you happen to notice the way she cried at his funeral?
Miss Archie, look here, look.
What?
Look at the lady getting out of that limousine, pulling up outside.
Holy cat. A brand new Cadillac limousine.
Maybe that's your prospective bride.
Get a load of them lines.
The lady?
No, the limousine.
Yeah, but look at the width of that body.
The limousine?
The lady. Yes, she sure looks like she got money, though.
Yeah, she sure does.
Good evening. I am Agatha Pitts. I'm looking for Prince Charming.
Oh. Agatha, let me look at you. Eddie, can we turn the lights down a little lower?
What?
It's more romantic that way. Permit me, my name is Archie, alias Prince Charming. Now, according to your letter, you are the widow Pitts.
Yes, poor dear Herman is dead.
You sure he's dead?
Of course.
You sure he ain't just hiding?
I beg your pardon.
I mean, I'm sorry that the fella kicked off.
Oh, yes. It was quite sudden.
Yes, well, may I extend me heartiest condolences on your bereavement? Now, Agatha, incidentally, you don't mind me calling you by your maiden name.
Well, why not, Archie? After all, you're a man and I'm a woman.
Well, that clears that up. Agatha, leave us put our cards on the table. I ain't only a man. I'm a lonely man. And you're a lonely woman. Do you think we could learn to stand each other?
Well, Archie, when I answered your ad in the paper, somehow I had the feeling that you were the one.
Yeah, huh?
Yes. You see, I've always been a bit of a clairvoyant.
Well, I'm no angel myself. But enough about our pasts. Look, Agatha, I don't mean to sweep you off your feet, but I think we have come to the point where further talk would be futile. In other words, I feel the time has come for me to pop the question.
The question?
Yes. Agatha, how much dough you got?
Archie!
Ain't I the curious little devil? Look, Ag, if this romance of ours is going to get anywhere, I don't think we should conceal no secrets from each other.
Well, since you put it that way, Herman left me $100,000.
Well, this calls for a proposal. Agatha, will you honor me the privilege of becoming me Russian bride?
Oh, but Archie, this is so sudden.
Oh, so what? I'm not going to get any younger, and you ain't going to get no richer.
Well, really, I'll have time to think it over. I think I'll go for a ride around the park.
But do you mind taking a taxi?
Why?
Well, in case the answer is yes, I wouldn't want to see the fenders dented on that limousine. You have to think it over, huh?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Okay, well, farewell, sweet princess. I shall be waiting. Toodaloo.
Toodaloo.
Eddie, why can't normal people have $100,000? Eddie, it's almost 3 hours and Agatha ain't back yet.
So what?
Well, you think she's being unfaithful to me?
Unfaithful?
Yeah, spending her dough.
Archie, you know what I think of anybody that marries for money.
Look, would it make you feel any better if I said I was marrying for love?
Of course.
Oh, so the truth ain't good enough for you, huh? Hey, wait a minute. Here she comes now. Well, Agatha, quick, tell me, what's the answer?
Archie, I've thought it over, and the answer is yes.
What gala news. Then this means that we are engaged?
That's right.
Splendid. Shall we seal it with a check? I mean, a kiss?
A kiss? Very well.
Okay, pucker up your lips. Just a minute, I just remembered. I can't kiss you before the ceremony. It's bad luck.
Well, what about after the ceremony?
Then it's potluck.
Archie, where shall we go on our honeymoon?
Our honey... Well, frankly, I was sort of planning on going stag. However, you said you have $100,000?
Yes.
Well, seeing that money is no expense, why don't we take a cruise around the world?
Oh, how romantic. Which way shall we go? East to west or west to east?
Why don't we compromise? You go east and I'll go west.
Oh, I love a man with a sense of humor. Oh, but to be serious, Archie, there is one important question I must ask you before we marry.
What?
Do you like children?
Agatha, what's on your mind?
Well, you see, Archie, we have a little son.
Well, would you mind to repeat that?
We have a little boy.
We do, huh? How old?
14.
Boy, Art, you sure are a fast worker.
Quiet, Finnegan. Agatha, you mean...
Yes. Herman left me two things. $100,000 and a son.
Why didn't he quit when I was ahead? Agatha, I think you should have mentioned it sooner, though. You didn't tell me that you came with accessories, you know. How do you know? Maybe I don't like kids.
Not like children? Well, in that case, we could never be married.
$100,000. Agatha?
Yes?
Love little ones.
I'm glad you feel that way. That's one thing I always disliked about Herman. He hated children.
The late bounder.
Archie, I have an idea. Why don't I bring the little darling down here?
I would love to meet the little cherub. As I say, with me, kids is cake.
Very well, I'll bring him down. See you later. Toodaloo.
Toodaloo.
Daddy,
What?
will you please tell me a fairy story about the free little bell?
Very funny, Eddie. I suppose you don't think I know how to handle kids. It happens I have read a lot of books about child psychology. And the one way to handle them is to prove immediately that the father is the child's superior.
How you going to do that, wrestling?
Hi, Art. Can I meet your son?
Well, Finnegan, I don't like to offend you, but I'd rather you'd stay away from the kid.
What?
Well, I'd like him to grow up with an open mind about the human race.
Well, anything you say, Art. Any son of yours is a son of mine.
Boy, 100,000 smackers. I'll be set for life. I can see myself already, sitting in a big mansion. A roaring fire going. Wearing me velvet smoking pajamas and sipping brandy in the soft firelight.
And Agatha Pitt sitting there with her arms around you.
Well, you can't have everything.
Have you got a 3-cent stamp handy? Well, look, that's all you need to get a generous sample package of Mum. M-U-M. Mum, the underarm deodorant. No matter what other deodorant you've been using, I think you'll discover Mum is the better way to safeguard your freshness and charm. Just send your name and address and that 3-cent stamp to cover mailing costs to Mum, Box 888, General Post Office, New York 1, New York. You'll really like Mum because it's different. It has a unique cream formula that protects freshness all day, all evening. And because it contains no harsh or irritating ingredients, Mum is safer for skin, for clothes, and most important, for your personal charm. So use this easy, inexpensive way to get your package of Mum. Just send a 3-cent stamp to Mum, M-U-M, Box 888, General Post Office, New York 1, New York. Do it tonight because this offer is limited. Remember, when you want to be sure you're nice to be near, use Mum.
Hi, Art.
Yeah?
You remember you was talking about that child psychology?
Yeah.
I just borrowed this book about it. Maybe you could use it.
Oh, thanks. So who'd you borrow it from?
Mrs. Hogan.
Mrs. Hogan?
Yeah, the dame with the 19 kids.
Oh, well, it was nice of her to let you have it.
Well, she says she don't have much time to read anyhow.
Well, let's see the book. Chapter 1. Science divides children into 2 parts.
Into 2 parts?
Yeah.
And we call ourselves civilized.
Finnegan, please, I'm trying to read this book before me expecting son gets here.
Oh.
Not that I need a book. Kids all love me anyhow, you know.
Well, Archie, I'm back.
Oh, hello, Agatha.
And this is our little boy, Egbert.
Well. So this is Egbert, huh? Well, my little man, leave us shake hands. I am your new father.
Hey, Mom, couldn't we dig up the old one?
Trouble.
Egbert, a little respect, please. Remember, this gentleman is to be your father.
How do you like that? At my age, the son of Frankenstein.
A cute little codger, ain't he?
I tried to explain to him about our marriage, Archie, but you know it's difficult for a child to grasp these things.
Oh, well, leave me explain it to him. Son.
Yeah?
You see, your mother is a widow, and I'm a lonely bachelor, and, well, like the birds and the bees say, fate has thrown us together into the bonds of true love. Do you understand?
Yeah. You're going to try to clip her for $100,000.
Now, look, you crumb. I mean, Egbert, Daddy is not at all interested in your mother's wealth.
Then why are you marrying her?
I'm marrying her because... Well, do you have to be such a wise guy?
You know, maybe you wouldn't be such a bad father at that.
Well, thank you.
There's just one thing that bothers me, though.
What?
Which came first, you or the years?
Look, kid, you can't talk to me like that. Now, take off them glasses now.
Mr. Archer.
A punk kid like
Remember,
this.
child psychology.
That. Well, Egbert, I guess boys will be boys. Now, Agatha, about our honeymoon...
Oh, yes, I wanted to speak to you about that. What will we do with Egbert?
Well, we could send him to military school.
But where?
Oh, I don't know. What's wrong with Russia?
Now, wait a minute, giraffe neck.
Egbert, shame on you calling your father names. Now, I want you to apologize.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Now kiss Daddy.
Look, I just called him names. I didn't murder nobody.
Out of the mouths of babes are going to come teeth. Look, kid, why don't you go over in the corner there and eat some of the free lunch? Your mother and me's got things to talk over. Now, come, Agatha. Leave us be alone. I'd like to talk about our future, you know, where we'll live, how much we're in love with each other.
Hey, Pop.
He's in again. Yes, son?
When I grow up, I want to be just like you.
Hell, the psychology is working. You want to grow up to be just like Daddy, huh?
Yeah, so I can quit work and have a rich widow support me.
Now, just a minute, Egbert. Are you inferring that I am a piccolo?
I'm inferring that you're a chiggler.
Look, kid, they don't come fast enough so that when they do come, you have to step on them. Give it another chance. All right. Now, Egbert, come here. Come here, Egbert. I really love you. Come here, because Daddy wants to give you a great big hug. Like this.
Ow! Hey, Mom! He's strangling me.
Ho, ho, ho. Daddy loves him so much he's almost squeezed him to death.
Wise guy, take this, Daddy.
Ow! Ow, me finger!
Archie, what do you mean by shoving your finger between Egbert's teeth?
Shoving me... What are you talking? This egghead, he just bit me.
Egghead? His name is Egbert.
Just the same, if anybody's hungry, I wouldn't sprinkle salt on his head.
Archie, how dare you talk that way about a little child?
A child? That ain't no child. That's a souped-up midget. Look at me finger where he bit me. I'm going to hit that crumb on the head.
Miss Archie, use your child psychology.
I'll use me psychology, all right. Give me that book. Here, Egbert. Try this on your thick skull.
Ow! Archie, you beast! If you said you liked children, our marriage is off. Good night.
Eddie?
Yeah?
Get a pencil.
Another ad in the personal column?
Yeah, take this down, will you? Ex-father would like to meet widow with no children. Object, childless marriage.
Mister, we're sure of it. Try just one tube of Benex brushless shave cream, and we're sure you'll use Benex for life.
Because so many thousands of men have found that Benex, B-E-N-E-X, gives them the best shaves they've ever had.
Benex gives extra easy shaves thanks to a special beard-softening formula.
Benex is extra smooth, lighter, so different it rinses off your razor instantly.
Benex gives you extra comfort. A special after-shaving action leaves your face feeling wonderful.
Just try Benex. See for yourself. Benex brushless shave. B-E-N-E-X. At your nearest drug counter. Get Benex tomorrow.
I'm now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Mum, the safer deodorant, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair. Each Wednesday, Bristol-Myers bring you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
It's new. It's amazing. It's Prel.
Prel shampoo.
Yes, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prel brings you The Life of Riley. Prel, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes, leaves hair more radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Every father strives to bring his son up to be 100% American, but not Chester A. Riley. Riley strives to make his son a 200% American. So now we find Junior Riley on a pleasant Sunday afternoon being lectured on one of the fundamental principles of the American way of life, as Riley sees it, namely that the man who gets ahead does so on his own merit.
I'm shocked, Junior. I'm absolutely shocked. But, Pa, I never thought my own son would act like that. But, Pa, is this the way I brought you up?
No, Pa.
Why did you do a thing like this? I'm sore, Junior. I'm really sore. I'm burning up. I'm speechless. But, Pa, I want to hear your excuses.
Oh, you're home, Riley. Where were you all afternoon?
Never mind where I was. Peg, ask your son where he was. I tell you, I'm so burned up, I'm speechless.
Yes, I know. I could hear you being speechless 2 blocks away.
Where do you hear this, Peg? And you always said that Junior is the kind of a kid I was when I was a boy. Well, where do you think he was this afternoon?
Junior, you went to the burlesque show.
Oh, no, Mom. I was over at my math teacher's house.
Oh, well, what's so terrible about that, Riley?
He was raking her leaves. And ask him why.
Well, I
Still don't see the harm. I haven't been doing so well in math, and she lives over in the next block.
So I figured if I could break leaves for her, I'd stand a better chance of getting a good mark.
Rightly. Out and out rightly. Here I raise a boy, and I have hopes that someday he'll turn out to be a banker or a doctor or an engineer. And what do I get? A politician.
Now, wait, Riley, it isn't that bad. Just because he raked the teacher's leaves.
You don't understand, Peg. It ain't the teacher's leaves. It's the principal. For years, I've been telling him the only way to get ahead is to do it under your own steam. Merit, that's what counts. Not bribery, not pull or influence. Merit. That's all I care about. The principle.
Well, your father's right, Junior.
Besides, why couldn't he rake our leaves?
That's not the point. But what your father said before is true. That's not the way to get ahead in the world.
Well, it's one way, but it's not the American way. Can you imagine me doing a thing like that? Well, no, Pop. Of course not. Look at my career at Stevenson Aircraft. Look at the way I started out there 10 years ago as an ordinary riveter. But I worked hard. I didn't use no pull. I didn't think up angles, because I knew that ability is the only thing that counts. And today, only 10 years later, look at Henry Ford. But gee, Papa can't do any harm to have a little pull. Don't mean a thing. Not in the long run. Work. That's the secret of success. Work. That's what made this country great. We took it when it was nothing but a wilderness, and we worked and worked until we made it the richest country in the world.
But why are you one of the poorest men in it?
Because you haven't got any pull? I mean, go to your room, Junior.
Okay, Pop.
And work on your mathematics. That's the way you'll get ahead.
Okay, Pop.
I'm sorry I yelled, Peg, but that kid's got to learn.
You're right, dear. For once.
Like I said to Gillis only this afternoon. Gillis, I said...
Where were you this afternoon?
Over at my boss's house, fixing his roof.
Well, that's good. We can use the extra money.
You bet we can. Too bad we ain't getting any.
You're not.
Oh, no, I'm just doing him a favor. You see, there's an opening for a foreman's job at the plant, so I figured that...
Mr. Riley, after the speech you just made to Junior, you have the nerve to stand there and tell me that you deliberately went to your boss's house to fix a roof? Just so you could get in good with him? How could you?
It was easy.
Oh, I can't understand you, Riley.
Let me explain, Peg. The boss happened to drop this remark about a leak in his roof, so Gillis offered to work on it. And being Gillis is my best friend, I offered to help him. Not that I care about the foreman's job, I just don't want Gillis to get it. You see?
You bet I see. Bootlicking, that's what it is. And what's more, the roof of this house has been leaking for 6 months. Why don't you fix that?
What for? The boss don't live here.
Oh, aren't you ashamed of yourself? Don't you feel like a hypocrite after that big lecture you gave Junior?
Don't use pull. Don't use influence. Work. Depend on your ability.
Well, my case is different.
Why is it different?
Well, I ain't got no ability. Thought you had me trapped, huh?
Hi there, Ronnie.
Oh, hi, Gillis.
What's the matter, pal? Did you get out the wrong side of the bed this morning?
I had an argument with Peg last night. You know what she said to me?
How should I know? I ain't the type person who goes snooping around at night, eavesdropping on his next-door neighbors.
Well, she bawled me out for fixing the boss's roof with you. Boy, I told her off plenty.
You were right. After all, you ain't got no ability.
Gillis, you heard.
Accidental. I was out walking my dog, and his leash got caught on your front doorknob. But believe me, pal, when I heard her rip into you, it sure burned me up. I was so mad, I
know you were speechless. Yeah. But sometimes, Gillis, I wish you were earless, too.
You know, Riley, that wife of yours sure has got another nerve making cracks about us helping out on our boss's roof.
Well, sure. After all, we got to think of our future.
Sure, we want to get ahead.
We got families to think of.
Yeah, we're doing it for our family.
Let them call us hypocrites. Let them say we're bootlickers and toadies and boss lovers. Oh, Gillis. She was right. I ain't fit to associate with human beings.
Yeah. I ain't fit to associate with human beings, neither.
We just have to go around with each other.
I'm ashamed. A body without a soul. What's the use living when you lose your self-respect?
No, well, wait a minute, Gillis. We got a chance to get it back.
Yeah, how?
We're going to give that conniving Stevenson who tricked us into working for nothing a bill.
That's it, Riley. Then we'll be men again. Yeah. I'll make it out right now. Yeah, here's yeah. To Mr. Carl Stevenson, Esquire. Abbreviate. Yeah, I did. ESS. Oh. For professional services rendered. Ipso facto, fiction one rule. What's the ipso facto for? I don't know. I see it on a bill somewhere. Well, leave it in. It looks good. Fiction one rule. 4 hours at $3 per hour. Total? $12. Double time for working Sundays. Yeah, make $24. 3 Cokes consumed on the job. But we took him out of his icebox. Well, he don't know that. That makes a grand total of $24.15. $24.15. Boy, I'm beginning to feel like a man again. Good. Riley, you think maybe when the boss gets this bill, he'll blow his top and maybe $5? Something? Well, let him. I don't care. I ain't afraid. And to prove it, give me that pencil, Gillis. I'll sign it. Gillis. There. You're right. And to prove I ain't afraid neither, I'm signing it, Riley. Give me that pencil. R-I-L-E-Y. Well, here we are, Riley. You got the bill? Boy, I can hardly wait to see the look on Stevenson's face when we slap it on him. Well, let's go in, Riley. No, wait a minute, Gillis. Before we go in, you know, anything might happen in there with the boss. But I want you to know that no matter what happens, I'm sticking with you to the end, pal. And I'm sticking with you, pal. And this ain't just talk, Gillis. Actions speak louder than words. So, here, pal. Hey, this is a ticket for the USC Notre Dame game tomorrow. Well, I have two. I got him from Babs' boyfriend. He's a sub on USC. Here, take it. It's yours, pal. Right. You're doing this for me, doesn't it? Why, they're all sold out. You can get $15 for this ticket. Yeah, I know. But with me, friendship comes first. So I'm letting you have it for 14. Thanks, pal. And if I forget to give you the dough, remind me on payday. Oh, now, give it. And keep on reminding me every payday. Well, let's go in and face the enemy. Yeah. Together, like buddies. Yeah. And we ain't gonna crack on a fire. No, sir, we ain't retreating an inch. Well, this is it, buddy. 0 hour. Yeah. We're going over the top. I'm with you, soldiers. Forward, march! 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Gillis. Riley. Hey, wait, you two. Where are you going? Hey! Ah! When did you two get drafted?
Billy, we're here on business. Yeah, serious business. We want to see the boss.
We'll come back some other time. He's in a bad mood. He's going over the cost sheet.
Well, we're in a worse mood. Tell him we're here.
But, Riley, I'm warning you. Yes, Mr. Stevenson?
Billy, what's this $8 item here against transportation?
Oh, that was Albertson in the machine shop. He went down to Santa Monica to pick up that box of special rivets, and he took a taxi.
Oh, he did he? Taxi. What am I running here, a resort? Since when did the buses stop running? Everybody around here thinks I made the money. Fire Albertson.
You heard, Gillis? I heard. Any other guys hearing that would turn yellow. Yeah, but not you, right? You neither, Gillis. Yeah. Don't think for 1 minute that I still ain't got the guts to walk in it. I believe you, and don't think I ain't got the guts to do it. I believe you, too. Well, now that we've proved it, we can tear up this bill. Well, after all, it's not the money. It's the principle. Yeah, let's get out of here, pal. Yeah.
Billy.
Yes, Mr. Stevenson?
I don't see a voucher here for those football tickets.
I couldn't get them, Mr. Stevenson. All sold out. Shall I try the speculators?
No, I'm not spending $40 for 2 football tickets. Keep on trying the stadium.
He expects miracles. You boys want to be made foreman? Get him a couple of tickets for tomorrow's game.
Foreman? Is that a fact, foreman? Is that a fact?
Well, he'd be very grateful.
Are you coming, Riley? What? Oh, yeah, I'm coming. 2 tickets, huh? Not 1. Yeah, come on, Gillis. Huh? Oh, yeah, I'm coming. 2 tickets, huh? Not 1. See you later, Millie. Come on, Gillis. Gillis. Riley? No! You double-crossed her. I know what's going on in your mind. You welcher, I know what you're up to. You want me to sell you my ticket? You want me to sell you my ticket? Oh, don't you worry. I'll get it. You'll have to fight for it. Oh, so it's a fight you want. Okay with me. No Riley ain't afraid of no Gillis. And no Gillis is afraid of no Riley. Choose your weapon. I will. My son Junior against your son Egbert. 10 rounds to a decision. It's a deal. When? My backyard. When? Right now. And when my Junior knocks out your Egbert, that'll prove the kind of a yellow rat you are.
Well, we'll bring you the second act of the life of Riley in just a moment.
There's radiance for you in Prel shampoo.
Yes, there's radiance for you in Prel shampoo. Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. That's because Prel gives your hair a radiance you never knew was there. Leaves your hair more radiant than any soap shampoo, cream, or liquid. For you see, Prel simply cannot leave a dulling soap film to hide the true highlights of your hair, as so many ordinary shampoos do. Instead, Prel uncovers the natural brilliance of your hair, leaves it radiantly soft, radiantly smooth, radiantly lovely. And with Prel, there's no telltale dandruff to mar that look of loveliness. For Prel removes such dandruff in as little as 3 minutes. Yes, Prel leaves your hair radiant. And now back to the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley.
Oh, Riley, what are you doing home so early? Riley, what's the matter?
What's up, Pop?
You look so wild.
Well, I'm wild. I'm raging.
Well, what happened?
A man can only take so much from that door.
What are you raving about?
That's no good double-crossing Gillis.
Oh, I thought he was your best friend.
Yeah, so did I. We've been pals for a lifetime, like 2 fountain pens. And then he squirts ink in my eye. But this time he went too far. This time he's going to get his.
Now, wait, Riley. I won't have you fighting Gillis.
No, you stay out of this, Peg. Sometimes if a man wants to save his self-respect, there's got to be a fight.
You'll get hurt.
No, I won't.
Oh, how do you know?
Because Junior's doing the fighting.
Who, me? I'm going to fight Mr. Gillis?
No, Egbert.
Really? Have you gone out of your mind?
But I like Egbert. He's my best friend. I don't want to fight him. My own son, Yellow.
Well, of all this is the most ridiculous. You have a quarrel with Gillis, and you want Junior to fight. Why don't you and Gillis fight?
Hey, fight? Me? With my weak arches? And poor Gillis with his low blood pressure? We got our families to think of.
So you get Junior and Egbert to fight. Well, why stop there? Why not have me and Mrs. Gillis slug it out?
Would you? I mean, listen, Peg, I got no time.
Listen to me. This is the craziest thing I ever heard of. And if you think I'm going to let you do it...
You don't understand. I got to get that football ticket.
Oh, what ticket?
The one I gave Gillis. He won't sell it back to me, but if I get it, then I'll have 2 to give to the boss, and then I'm essentially made foreman.
Now, look here, Riley. You forget all this nonsense about fighting, and let's have a little peace and quiet around here.
Oh, okay, Peg, okay. I'll forget it. Must be some way to get that ticket.
Now, will you stop?
I can only trick him into it some way, I think.
Riley, is it worth it?
How can I get him to... I got it. Peg, I got it. What a brainwave.
Riley, I won't stand for another one of your
brainwaves. You don't even know what it is yet. This is a great idea. Will you hear? I phone up Gillis, see?
Yeah, and then what, Pop?
I pretend that I'm Stevenson.
Stevenson?
Well, sure, I imitate his voice.
Oh, you can't do that.
Well, sure I can. Listen. Hello, Stevenson speaking. How's that sound?
Sounds like you have a cold.
Oh, go on. It's a perfect imitation. Gillis will fall for it like a ton of bricks. I'll tell him I heard he has an extra ticket, and I'd appreciate it if he'd let Riley have it. He won't dare say no, and then I got him.
It'll never work, Riley.
Oh, no, what? Nobody but me could think of a stunt like this.
the phone, Jimsy.
You answer, honeybee. I'm busy thinking. How can I get that ticket from Riley?
Hello?
Oh, I'd like to speak to Gillis, please.
Just a minute. It's for you, Jimsy.
Who is it?
It's Riley. Sounds like he has a cold.
Riley, what does he want? I don't want to talk to him. Hang up. No, wait. I just got an idea. What an idea? What an idea?
What, Jimsy?
Hello? Hello?
Hold the wire.
I'll talk to him, all right. But I'm going to pretend I'm Stevens. I'll say I'm visiting Gillis, and I'll order him to give his ticket to Gillis. You get it?
Oh, Jimsy, that's clever.
Watch me operate. Hello?
Hello? Who is this?
This here is Stevenson. Who is this?
This is Stevenson, too.
I said this is Stevenson.
Yes, this is Stevenson.
I'm over here at Gillis.
Ridiculous. How can I be at the Gillisons when I'm over here at the Riley?
Look, this is Stevenson.
No, this is Stevenson.
Huh?
You phony.
You fake it.
I'll never trust you again as long as I live.
Likewise, I'm sure. What a life. You can't depend on nobody. In the end, your friends always let you down. Well, I learned my lesson. This is the last time anybody's going to let me down. Would you care to bet? Oh, it's you.
Yes, it is I indeed. Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker. Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Well, I don't feel so good, Digger.
I don't say this to everybody, but see your doctor.
I don't need a doctor. I'm all mixed up in my mind. I think maybe I ought to see one of them psychiatrists.
Oh, nonsense. Too many people are running to psychiatrists these days. In our profession, we have a saying. The mind will take care of itself. Just look after the body.
Life is funny, Digger. The older you get, the more troubles you have. We don't have fun like we did when we were kids.
Ah, the carefree days of our youth.
Yeah, those were the days. Remember when we went on that picnic with those girls and we took your father's business vehicle without his knowing?
Yes, and we didn't know that old man McGillicuddy was still in the back. It was the first time in 40 years that old man McGillicuddy went out with girls. Oh, those were the days.
Yeah, now nothing but trouble.
Maybe I can help.
No, not unless you can let me have a ticket for tomorrow's game. If I had one, I could get promoted to foreman, I think. But they're all sold out. It's hopeless.
Come, Riley. Never say die, if you'll pardon the expression. Go to a speculator.
Yeah, but they want $20.
It's worth it to become foreman.
Well, yeah, sure, but I ain't got to go.
I'll lend it to you. Here.
But I don't know when I can pay you back. Will you carry me?
Glad to. This isn't the first time I've carried you, and it won't be the last.
Oh, well, thanks, Digger, but you're sure you can spare it?
Well, of course. I've had a very good year. I've been piling up customers.
Yeah, gee, you've been in business a long time. I bet if all your customers were laid end to end...
They are. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Yes, Mr. Stevenson.
Any luck with the football tickets, Billy?
No, sir. But the speculators have...
No. I will not pay speculated prices. It's highway robbery. Just forget about it, Billy. I'm going home now.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Millie, it's the boss in. I gotta see the boss.
What about...
Oh, you'll never guess. Really? You're looking at a new foreman.
What?
Look. 2 tickets for the boss for the big day.
Oh, I think he just left. I'll catch him at the elevator.
Good.
Hey, watch the switchboard for me, will you?
Yeah, leave it to me. I'll sit right here and take all the messages.
Wait till that jump Riley finds out I put one over on him. Cost me $20, but it's worth it. Millie, I gotta see the boss quick. I got him 2 tickets. Cost me $20 for the worth it, but Millie, didn't you hear me, Millie? Millie, you look different. You need a shave. Gillis, you weasel. You double crook.
Hello, boy.
Boss, I got 2 tickets. Look, the 50-yard line.
Where you are? You mean to tell me that you fellas each got me 2 tickets for the game?
Yeah.
This beats everything. I wanted those tickets to give you, to show my appreciation for fixing my roof. And here you bring me 4 tickets. Well, I'll tell you what. Here, 1 for you, Riley, 1 for you, Gillis, and 2 for me. Naturally, I won't insult you by offering to pay for my 2, but I insist on paying for your 2.
Yeah, but...
No. I insist on paying whatever they cost you. How much?
Well, boss, if you...
Here's the price right on the ticket. $3.60 apiece.
What? Likewise.
There you are, Riley. $3.60. There you are, Gillis. Enjoy the game with my compliments. Well, have a nice weekend, boys, but don't be late for work on Monday. I just hired a new foreman. He's a tough baby. Well, have fun.
What a revolting development this is.
The Rileys will return in just a moment. At the first sign of unsightly dandruff, it's time to do something. And that's when millions of folks all over America shampoo with Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Because Prell removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes. That fact was proven by a group of doctors. In case after case, even stubborn dandruff was controlled by only 2 Prell shampoos a week. Yes, Prell leaves hair radiantly clean the first time you use it. Radiantly lovely, too. Soft and smooth, easy to manage. So the next time you shampoo, ask for the Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Ask for Prell.
P-R-E-L-L Prell Shampoo leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L Prell Shampoo.
You know, there's something wrong, Gillis. Now, let's try and figure this out once more.
Figure it out. Riley, for Pete's sake, that's all you've been doing since we got into this here thing.
Now, first I got 2 free tickets from my daughter.
You got 2 free tickets, and you gave me 1.
Yeah, and they cost me nothing. But you owe me 14 for 1.
Yeah, but the boss gave me $3.60 for that one.
Oh, no. He gave you $3.60 for the one that cost you 20. That leaves $16.40.
Yeah, but don't you see, you paid $20 for that 1 ticket, too.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And I got $3.60 back, so that means 20 minus $3.60 plus $16.40 minus, plus, minus, plus.
Riley, will you stop already? We'll figure out after the game. It's costing us a fortune to sit here, so at least that's what. Look, I think they're starting the game.
Well, oh, yeah, okay. Let's watch. What's that, Gillis? What's happening?
And there goes the final gun, and the game is over.
It's a losing fight.
Procter & Gamble invites you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The script is by Reuben Shipp, Alan Lipscott, and Dick Powell. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker. And remember, for more radiant hair free of unsightly dandruff, get the shampoo in the tube. P-R-E-L-L. Prell Shampoo.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
Hi, Doggy's Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
Well, the old fellows managed to get back the money that Squire Skimp had gotten from them on the lumber buying ruse, and now that they have abandoned Mousie's unworkable apartment house plan, they are faced once again with the problem of finding the best way to spend Dodge and E. Smith's $10,000 gift to Pine Ridge. And once again, the townsfolk have started to send in their suggestions. As we look in on the little community today, we find Lum, Abner, and Cedric in the Jot 'em Down store and library, looking over these suggestions. Listen.
I ain't come across a single good suggestion yet. Have you found any good ones in them you're looking at, Abner?
No, not so far. You know, I believe folks are so disappointed about not building them wonderful world apartments, Lum, that they can't get themselves pulled together to where they can sit down and think up a good idea.
Yeah, might be. You found any good ones, Cedric? No, Mom, I'm still trying to read the first one you give me. Don't sound very good, though, I don't think.
What's it about, Cedric?
Oh, something about taking your car and driving it into a pool.
Driving it in a pool?
Yes, Mom. I wouldn't do it with my car, though, I know that.
Of course not.
Just a minute, let me see that letter, Cedric. Nobody'd send in a silly suggestion like that, surely.
No, you must have read that wrong or something, Cedric. Pushing automobiles into a pond wouldn't be no way of spending that $10,000. You could do that for nothing.
Granny's, Abner, this ain't no suggestion nobody sent in. It's from the government.
The government?
Yes, sir. Communicate to the citizens about automobile pooling.
Well, I do know. I reckon why they'd suggest a thing like that. Wait a minute, I bound you that's the way they go about freezing automobiles I've been reading about. First they get them all wet and then they put them in a cold
It don't
room.
mean no such a thing.
Oh.
Automobile pooling just means everybody getting together with his neighbors and trading off riding in one another's cars, you know.
Oh.
That's so folks will save their cars and their tires and save gasoline, keep them running. Granny, that might be a good old lettered saying there for car owners. Keep them running. Believe I'll submit that to the giverman. Well, I still don't think I'll drive my car in no pond. Cedric, I told you it never meant that. It just means you ought to share your car with others. Every time you drive someplace alone, you're just the same as being a slacker. I am, huh? Yes, sir. Does that mean I got to take Clarabelle with me every place I go? No, not Clarabelle necessary. That is, not unless she's got some awful important place to go. It's mostly means to working fellers, I think. That saves them from driving their own cars every day. Oh, I see. Working fellers. Well, I'll try to recollect that. Fact is, I think I'll go out and haul some of them around right now.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Cedric.
Yeah. Get right on it, Cedric. That's a good boy. Yes, Mom. I'll see you fellers later.
Yes, so long. Don't
You know,
what you
Abner,
do.
right there is a good lesson for every citizen of this country.
Cedric, a good lesson? What do you mean?
I mean, doing a thing right away.
Oh.
Every time the government makes a suggestion, we all ought to start following it right away, not wait till tomorrow or next week or till it's too late.
Yeah, well, I'm willing to start right away. What do you want me to start doing?
Well, the first thing you can do is nail this communique up somewhere where everybody that comes in the store will see it.
Yeah, I'll do that right now. I'll put it right there by the front door. That's a good
Wait,
place.
I believe I got a better idea, Abner. I'll get everybody on the party line and make a public announcement.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, that's the best thing to do. You can
Yeah.
help me make the announcement.
Well, I don't think I know nothing to say, Lum.
Well, you can say that the folks has got to share their cars to help beat the, what do they call them here, the axis.
Well, now, Lum, what's sharing your car got to do with beating the axis?
Well, it's got plenty to do with it. Let me read you an example they got wrote here in the communique. This is what would happen in a town if the folks allowed their cars to get wore out. Listen to this.
Yeah.
An example from Pontiac, Michigan.
Yeah, Elizabeth's got a relay in Saginaw, Michigan.
Yeah, this is a different place.
Yeah, they might be close to one another, those
Yeah.
same state and all.
Might be.
Yeah, might be.
Listen to this. Pontiac, Michigan has 26,000 people working in war industries. The bus company has 30 buses.
Well, I do know.
These 30 buses take care of the downtown and school traffic and 4,000 of the war workers. The other 22,000 war workers are handled by private cars. Are you following me?
Yeah. 22,000 of them ride in a private car. It might be sort of crowded, but I reckon they know what they're doing. Yeah, I'm following.
Not in a private car, in private cars.
More than one, yeah.
Then it goes on to say, if all private cars were laid up, the bus companies estimate they would need at least 600 buses, or 200 times the number they now have.
Doggy, that'd be a heap of buses, it's 600 of them.
Yeah, and then multiply that by the hundreds of other towns like Pontiac, and even you, Abner, can see that it wouldn't be possible to get up that big an increase in the bus service.
No, I can see that all right. Yeah, could never do it, no.
Well, of course he couldn't.
No,
sir, Abner, there just ain't no two ways about it. A feller's private automobile is just as much a part of the transportation system of this country right now as a bus or the train or anything else.
Or streetcars.
Yeah, streetcars, too.
Yeah.
That's why folks have just got to preserve their cars and share them with their neighbors. Otherwise, the workers can't get to their jobs. It won't be long before we won't have no war work being done nowhere.
Yeah, doggies, we can't let that happen in our country, or we won't have no country.
That's right. So ring up everybody on the party line, Abner, and let's make the announcement. Let's tell them that be neighborly and let one another take turnabout about using their cars.
Yeah.
Fellers live in the same block. One feller drive his car one day, and the feller next door to him drive his car the next day, and they all ride together.
Yeah, but now, Lum, what you've been saying here, that's just for folks in big towns, ain't it?
No, it's for folks in every size town is, big uns and little uns.
Yeah, but I mean, Pine Ridge ain't got no thousands of war workers and buses and all such as that.
Well, that don't make no difference, Abner.
Don't, huh?
Pine Ridge and all the towns like it are in this war just as much as the big towns.
Sure.
And we got just as big a job to do towards helping win it, too.
Yeah, but, well, I mean, we ain't got none of them big war factories like you was talking about.
Well, we have to. In the first place, Pine Ridge is helping furnish something awfully important, and that's men for the Army.
Yeah, we're doing that.
There's two Macmillan boys, for instance.
Yeah.
Barton boy and Sister Simpson's nephew.
And Frank Forster enlisted just the other day.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. All of our best young men do.
Oh, yeah, fine boys, yes, sir.
And then the next thing we're doing is turning all the money we earn into all the war bonds and stamps we can buy.
Yeah. Folks around here is doing that, I'll say that for them. Little Pearl says that her class at school is way ahead of the others for buying stamps.
Yeah, good for her.
Oh, yeah, tickle.
Start them out early.
Yeah.
And then there's all them projects around town for gathering up all the old paper and rags and rubber and scrap iron, and all that goes to the war factory somewhere or other.
Yeah. Well, I never thought about that being a regular job before.
Why, sure. And then all these fellers on the farms around here are raising crops and food.
Yeah.
And there's one of the most important businesses in the war right there. Takes an awful lot of food to feed all our boys that's doing the fighting and working in the factories and all.
Doggy, that's right, ain't it? That is important. I hadn't thought about that.
And as for actual war industry, you know what's going on over at Walt Bates' sawmill right now, don't you?
Well, all I know is he hired a bunch of extra fellas to work for him. I don't see why, though, for the life of me, he don't do that much business.
Well, he is now.
Huh?
He's got some new machines over there, and he's making some special thing that goes into airplanes.
He is? What sort of things is it?
I don't know. Walt claims it's some kind of a military secret or something.
Oh.
He ain't talking much about it. But the point is this, all the fellas working over there is got to get to their jobs every day, or that special part won't get made for the airplanes.
Of course not.
And that holds back the big factories.
Yeah.
They can't turn out the airplanes. It's needed so bad by them young fellas doing the fighting in China and Australia and every place.
That dog is long. I never realized before just how important Pine Ridge was, you know.
Well, of course it is. Get to talking about it and boil it right down. Looks like Pine Ridge, the whole war's depending on us.
Oh, yeah. We got things to do here. There ain't no doubt about that.
It's the same way in every little town.
Yeah. Everybody's got their job to do.
That's why every car owner, no matter where he lives, he's got to get together with his neighbors and figure out how to save their cars by riding with one another.
Yeah, got to do it. Yes, sir.
Be a big saving for car owners to do that, too.
Yeah, and it's sort of friendly and neighborly, you know. Pick up your neighbor in the morning, ride to work, you get to talking, get better acquainted. That's what I like about that.
Yeah, that's right, Evan. You know, it's a funny thing, but in good times, when folks ain't got many worries, they sort of forget about their neighbors, gets so self-centered in themselves and all.
Yeah.
Lots of times they don't get acquainted with it.
No.
Something like this comes along, a war, or any kind of a hardship, a flood or anything like that, and then the good side of the folks comes out in the open, and they start helping one another.
Yep, do it every time.
Well, wait a minute, what am I wasting all this time talking to you for? Let's get on the party line and tell everybody.
Yeah, that's what we ought to do. Tell everybody, tell them the whole thing. That's the thing to do. Yes, sir, let the whole community know that they got a job of work to do here and get them started to doing it. Yes, sir.
I ought to go out a speech to give.
I believe that's our ring there, wasn't it, Lum?
Yeah, I'll get it. What in the world's the phone got to ring just when we're getting ready to use it? Hello, jot 'em down, store and library. Lum Abner's doing the talking. Huh? Oh, hello, Walt.
Who is it, Walt Bates?
What do you mean, trouble on account of me? Well, I ain't did nothing to hold up work at the mill. Who? Oh, well, yeah, I told him that, but he done what? Oh, well, he's got things all mixed up. I never meant for him to do that. Well, I'll see what I can do about it, Walt. Yeah, I'm awful sorry. All right, Walt. Goodbye.
What's the trouble with Walt, Lum?
It's Cedric.
Huh?
Granny's Lord never told him taking workers with him in the car every time he went any place.
But what'd he do?
Well, he piled 6 of Walt's best workers in his car and drove off to the county seat with them to the picture show.
That music say?
Yes, sir, Amos. That music say, good health to all from Rexall, the stores with the orange and blue sign.
Yes, 10,000 independent Rexall druggists at the stores with the orange and blue sign bring you the Amos and Andy Show, written by Joe Conley and Bob Mosher, featuring Ernestine Wade, Johnny Lee, Amanda Randolph, Corny Anderson, Mary Lansing, Jeff Alexander's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy! How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? I am Freeman Gosden. There's only a week and a half now till Christmas. And if you want to make your Christmas shopping budget go a whole lot further, just take your gift list to your Rexall drugstore. That's the best way I know to get more Christmas gifts for the money and better quality besides. Just drop in this week, and you'll see what I mean about the wonderful Christmas gift values at your friendly Rexall drugstore. In every family, there's always one rich relative that the family looks on as their ace in the hole. In the Kingfish and Sapphires family, it's Kingfish's great-uncle Gregory. Well, years ago, they both agreed not to tap Uncle Gregory for small sums, but to save him for one big haul. Today, when the Kingfish came home, Sapphire and her mother had some news about Uncle Gregory.
Oh, George, guess who we heard from today? Great-Uncle Gregory.
Well, you heard from the old boy, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he is really loaded. He's so rich that when they operated on him last year, they found out his gallstones was 14-karat gold.
Well, what did he make his money in, son-in-law?
Raising hogs, Mama. Yeah, he was the first man that got the idea of reclaiming the mash from the breweries and using it for pig fodder.
He found the mash from the brewery?
Oh, yeah. I remember he wouldn't allow a drop of swill on the farm that wasn't 90 proof. Yeah, you could always tell an Uncle Gregory hog by the happy expression on their snoot.
Well, George, we got wonderful news. Uncle Gregory's coming to New York.
Uncle Gregory, he coming to New York?
Yes. He arrives here tomorrow morning.
Oh, me.
Why, George, what's the matter with you? I thought this was what we've been waiting for. In all the years we've been married, we ain't never asked him for no money. Now, this will be a great chance to make up for it. We always said he was our ace in the hole. Ain't you happy about him coming?
Yeah, I was overjoyed. Ha, 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 yeah.
I told you there's something wrong, Sapphire.
Yes, George. There was something very strange in Uncle Gregory's telegram.
Yeah, what was that?
Well, he said he hoped his visit wouldn't interfere with your large practice.
Now, what do you mean by that, Baldy? Only thing you ever practice is pool.
Well, Sapphire and Mama, look here. I got a confession to make here. Now, listen, I'm going to tell you the truth. Great Uncle Gregory thinks that I is a doctor.
Thinks you is a doctor?
Yeah, now, I ain't never told you this before, but I'm going to tell you the truth. You see, when I first married you, and we was living up here, I didn't have no money to support you, Sapphire.
Well, but, George, we had such a cute little apartment in them days.
Yeah, but what I done was to write Uncle Gregory that I was going to medical school and I needed money for tuition, you see. And he kept sending me the money every month. Well, I tell you, honey, the first 6 months of our wedded bliss was through the courtesy of Uncle Gregory's happy hogs. That's how we got it.
Why, George, that's terrible. When he gets here and finds out you ain't no doctor, he'll never give us another cent.
Now, wait a minute. Now, don't get nervous. I'll think of something here.
Your big boob tells him you was a doctor. That's the funniest thing I ever heard.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Go ahead and laugh. Laugh at me while I was down. I tell you, Mama, you was the kind of a jolly old gal that would have called on General Custer's widow and told her bald-headed jokes. Yeah, Brother Andy, I tell you, I was so upset that I ain't been able to take my nap at the lodge hall this afternoon. I worried to death, boy.
Yeah, well, the thing I don't get, Kingfish, is how you could have told your Uncle Gregory you was a doctor in the first place.
Well, Andy, you know, sending down phony letters to get money out of relatives is the sound of an old racket of mine. And
yeah, I know, but ain't it ever got you in trouble before?
Oh, yeah, it do. Once in a while it sort of backfires on you, like 5 years ago when I was going to be dispossessed. I read a letter to Aunt Julie out in California telling her Sapphire I done kicked the bucket and I needed funeral expenses.
How did that backfire?
Well, I forgot that I read the first letter, then 2 years later I done read it that Sapphire was having a baby.
Well, did you ever hear from her?
No, but 2 months later I got a long letter from the Medical Association. You know, I should have never written that letter to my Uncle Gregory, though. I don't know.
Yeah, that's right. Come to think of it, I've been in some pretty bad letter-writing jams myself. Mm-hmm. I remember one winter I proposed to 3 different gals I done met through the Pen Pal Club.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we had an early thaw that spring, and they all got romantic and decided to come to New York at once.
All at once, huh?
Yeah, one was flying up from Texas, one was taking the plane from Chicago, and the other was coming up by boat from Cuba. Oh, boy, I tell you, one afternoon there, I had 2 in the air and 1 in quarantine.
Andy, what did you do?
Well, when they got here, I got a break because they all stayed in different parts of town. I decided to make the best of the situation.
You're always a lover boy, huh?
Oh, yeah. I'd take a bus to Brooklyn and smooch with one. Then I'd grab a cab and beat it back here and smooch with another one. Then I'd hop the subway and beat it uptown to smooch with the third one.
Yeah, that was something, ain't it?
I'll say. I tell you, if I hadn't have got car sick, I'd still be going strong.
Yeah, well, I go tell you, Andy, I ain't a spot. I got to find some way out of this mess, because my Uncle Gregory gets in town in the morning, you know.
Yeah, and there ain't no way you can fool him that you was a doctor, neither. Because them doctors has got big offices with equipment and them expensive X-ray cameras and stuff.
Yeah, Andy, with the shape of my bank account, I'd be lucky to come up with a white coat and a brownie.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute, though, Andy. Look here. I think I got an idea here. I could tell my uncle that I is a psychiatrist. You don't need no equipment to be a psychiatrist.
You don't, huh?
No, all you need is a couch and a business card that say $50 an hour on it. That's all.
George Stevens, you mean to say you going to try to convince Uncle Gregory that you is a doctor?
Yeah, that's right. It ain't going to be no trouble, neither. I'm going to tell the old boy that I was a psychiatrist.
You a psychiatrist? Huh? What do you know about being a psychiatrist, you phony?
Wait a minute, I've been living with you in Sapphire for 18 years, and if that ain't training grounds for the mental ward, I ain't never seen it.
George, you're just going to get in trouble trying something like this.
Well, don't worry about me now. When I get finished with Uncle Gregory, he going to be... wait a minute, I'll get it. Hello? Oh, hello, Uncle Gregory. Oh, you got in town, huh? It's Uncle Gregory. He in town. Yeah, well, I'm sorry I didn't get down to the station to extend to you and your money the courtesy of the city. Yeah. Yes, sir. Looking forward to seeing you, too, Uncle. Yeah, won't you come and see my doctor's office tomorrow? What's that? You can't wait to see what? Oh, them. Yeah, well, I'll call you the first thing in the morning, Uncle. Yeah, all right. Goodbye. Oh, me.
George, what's the matter? What'd Uncle Gregory say?
Uncle Gregory thinks that I is a pediatrician. I'm looking forward to coming to my office and seeing all my cute little baby patients. I done forgot that years ago I told him I was a baby doctor.
What you going to do now, George?
I don't know. I was a pretty smart fella, Sapphire, but I don't know if I can produce a room full of babies by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, one of the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell Rexall drug products. One of the most versatile of our many guaranteed Rexall products is MI31, Rexall's multi-purpose antiseptic. MI31 is a refreshing mouthwash, an effective breath deodorant, and gargle. In addition to all that, MI31 is useful as a first aid dressing and all-round antiseptic. So you see, MI31 is indeed a product of many purposes, yet you get a full pint of this guaranteed Rexall antiseptic at the same price as other brands of smaller quantity. So be sure to ask for it by name, Rexall MI31, at Rexall drug stores everywhere.
Oh, me. My great-uncle Gregory thinks I was a pediatrician. I at the end of my rope. The only thing left is to go in here and see if Calhoun got any idea. Yeah, how you there, Calhoun?
How you, Kingfish?
Holy smokes, Calhoun. What is you doing with that shotgun laying across your desk there?
What, this? This is Exhibit A in a law case I'm handling.
Sure enough?
Yeah, the state has the nerve to claim that my client done shot his mother-in-law with this here double-barrel shotgun. But my brilliant defense is that this gun is so old and water-soaked that it couldn't possibly have been fired.
Yeah, well, how is you going to prove that the gun was that water-soaked?
By a dramatic legal maneuver. When I get in court, I'm going to pick up the shotgun like this. I'm going to point it at the ceiling and pull both triggers like this. Yeah, guess I'll have to take it home and soak it in the bathtub.
Well, Calhoun, I was in kind of a jam here. Yeah. I go tell you, my rich Uncle Gregory is in town, and he thinks that I was a pediatrician. Now, unless I can prove to him that I was a baby doctor, I ain't in trouble. That's what it is.
Yeah, too bad you didn't tell the old boy you was a veterinarian. I'd have loaned you my cocker spaniel.
Well, I wish there was some way out of this mess here. Uncle Gregory ain't never going to forgive me if he finds out I done lied to him, you see.
Well, now, wait a minute here. Let's put our heads together and see if we can come up with something, Dr. Stevens.
You're talking like you got an angle there, son. What you got on your mind there? Come up with something.
Now, I was just thinking. You know the landlord over at Andy's rooming house?
Yeah, I know him well.
Well, him and his wife has got a year-old baby.
Yeah, I know that.
And Andy babysits for him. Yeah. And he told me that they was going to the movies tonight, and Andy gonna be minding the baby. Did you follow me?
If we was any closer, we'd be waltzing.
Kingfish, there is your ready-made patient. Tonight, you take your uncle along on a house call.
Yeah, and Andy can be the poor baby's papa. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll get over and tell Andy right now. Calhoun, you has got a brilliant mind.
Oh, man, yeah. I'll tell you, Kingfish.
Yeah,
excuse me, Kingfish. Hello. What? Uh-huh. You don't say so. Well, I am sorry. It won't happen again. Thank you.
Now, who was that, Calhoun?
The fella in the upstairs apartment over my office here. He was sitting in his living room when that shotgun went off.
Anybody hurt?
Well, not exactly. He said he was sitting watching television. The gun went off, and the next thing he knew, Arthur Godfrey was sitting there playing the ukulele without no head.
Well, Uncle Gregory, I'm certainly glad that you come to New York.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here with you, George. You know, it's going to be very interesting going out on this house call.
Oh, yeah, here's the apartment house right here, Uncle Gregory.
Well, tell me, George, what's usually wrong with these little babies when they call you in?
Oh, well, it's the usual same children diseases. Teething, chicken pox, lumbago, gallstones, and all here's the door. I'll knock on the door here. The father of the child here was pretty excited when he called me, but that's the way they all act, you know. Hello, Mr. Brown. It's Dr. Stevens.
Oh, yeah, the pity electrician.
Yeah.
Thank goodness you was here, Doctor.
Yeah, well, now, let's be calm. Let's see what the trouble is, Mr. Brown.
Oh, my poor baby had been crying all evening. I didn't know what to do, Doctor.
Yeah, well, I was here now. And by the way, Mr. Brown, I hope you don't mind, but I brung my uncle along on this call. He wants to see how I work.
Oh, sure. The more the merrier.
Yeah. Now, about the baby, Mr. Brown, before I examine him, I'd like to ask a few questions.
Yeah.
Tell me, has the baby been sick much?
Oh, now and then. Nothing serious.
I see. Has he ever had rickets?
No, not since we sprayed him.
That'll get rid of him, all right. Perhaps I better look at the kid, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, well, right this way. Oh, he's been crying all evening, Doctor. There he is, right in the crib over there.
Yeah, this is a little more serious than I thought. Them is the floppiest ears I'd never seen on a baby in my life.
Hey, Doctor, no, the baby is on the far side of the crib. You was looking at the teddy bear.
Oh, the baby was a little fuzzy there.
George, just look at that darling little baby there.
Doctor, help my baby, will you? You got to do something to stop his crying.
Why, that's strange. You said the baby'd been crying. Why, look, it's laughing.
Yeah, he's hysterical.
That's just what it must be, all right, because the little darling is sick as a dog.
Yes, he's putting up a brave front, ain't he?
Maybe you better start examining him, Doctor.
Oh, yeah, I'll start examining his stomach and chest first.
Just look at that baby. Isn't he sweet?
Well, it's lucky, Miss Brown, you called me in. This baby is really sick. Little does he know what pain he's in.
He's miserable, all right.
Laughing convulsions, that's what it is.
Doctor, tell me this. Is the baby got any fever?
Well, I'll find out right now. I'll put this thermometer under his tongue. Yeah, there, baby, open your mouth wider. Let me put this thermometer in there.
Hey, George, he might swallow it.
Oh, that's all right. I got another one at the office. Open your mouth wide there. Yeah, now clamp his head together there, Papa. So he can't spit the thing out there.
I got it.
Do. Got to give the mercury a chance to murk around, you see. Well, that's been in long enough. Let me see here. Well, 98 6/10. And he's been in the shade, too.
Why, George, that's normal.
Well, it's normal if you was Fahrenheit, but I was figuring centipede here. This baby ain't well at all, you know.
Oh, what do you think we ought to do, Doctor?
Well, we'll just have to watch him. In the meantime, I'll give you a prescription to stop him from laughing.
Say, George, I just remembered that I have an appointment, so I'll have to be running along.
Okay, Uncle Gregory. Maybe it's best because I think the case is contagious anyway. And now, Mr. Brown, I think I'll try a shot of streptomycin.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't mind a snort myself, but ain't it?
What's that?
Well, you'll have to excuse the papa, Uncle Gregory. He's a little upset with all the viruses floating around. He's what's known in the medical circles as germ jolly.
Well, that's too bad. But, George, before I go, I'd like to see you a moment.
Yeah, excuse me, Mr. Brown. Yes, what is it, Uncle, old dear?
Well, George, I just can't get over how well you're doing. From what you tell me, you must have a wonderful practice.
Oh, yes. I guess I'm one of the top men in the city. Busy all the time.
Yeah, that's wonderful, George. You know, when I came up here, I thought you might be in bad financial straits, and I was going to settle a nice sum of money on you. But since you're doing so well in your profession, I see you don't need it.
Yeah, but Uncle...
Well, I understand, George. I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Oh, me.
Say, Kingfish, how'd it go?
And the thing done backfired on me. Uncle Gregory was going to settle a large sum on me, but now he thinks I'm such a successful doctor he done changed his mind.
Oh, that's a shame, Kingfish. What you going to do?
I don't know, Andy, but it's a good thing I ain't a doctor, because if I knew any Latin, I'd go down to the drugstore and write myself out a fatal prescription. That's what I'm...
With all these remedies for acid indigestion, how's a customer to know which one to buy?
That's an important question, and the answer is simple. Get the time-tested Rexall antacid, Bismarex.
Bismarex? That sounds familiar.
And it should, because Bismarex is known to thousands for dependable relief from acid indigestion. Relief that's both fast and prolonged. The ingredients of Bismarex are compounded to work in a continuous relay. First, excess stomach acidity is neutralized quickly, often in less than 1 minute. Then, for prolonged relief, other Bismarex ingredients dissolve more slowly to ease gastric distress, soothe and protect irritated stomach membranes.
That's exactly what I want. A dependable remedy for acid-upset stomach. A relief that's both fast and prolonged.
Now, then be sure to ask for Bismarex by name, because this formula is a Rexall exclusive.
How do you spell Bismarex?
Bisma-Rex. Bismarex. At Rexall drugstores everywhere. The stores with the orange and blue sign.
What is this, Kingfish? You say that even though Uncle Gregory think you was a successful doctor, you got a way to make him think you was broke?
Yes, Andy. I'm going to convince the old buzzard that with high taxes and the high cost of medical equipment that I was on the verge of bankruptcy.
Well, what you want me to do?
Well, Andy, you know that store across the street from the large hall? That's still vacant, ain't it?
Yeah, they ain't been able to rent that thing since the tailor moved out 6 years ago.
Well, Andy, look here. I'm going over and get Uncle now, and I want you to get a hold of Brother Jackson, the sign painter, and have him paint a sign, George Stevens, pediatrician. Put that on the door of that empty store.
Okay, I'll get him. But wait a minute, he ain't too bright, Kingfish. How you spell pediatrician?
Well, how you spell it? Just have him write George Stevens, baby doctor. I'll see you later.
You know, George, it's very nice of you to take time off from your practice to show me your office. I suppose it has all the latest equipment.
Oh, yes, Uncle Gregory. I got all the latest medical equipment, x-ray machine, operating table, sterilizer, steam table, couple of nurses, cardiograph, liver graph, kidney graph. I got all here we is now. Here's the door to my office right here. Let me open it up here. Ah, there you is. Walk right in. Let me switch on the lights here.
All right, George, there's nothing here but a large empty room.
Oh, me. I was afraid this was going to happen. While I was out preforming, appendectomy on a man's liver this afternoon. Why, the doctor's loan and credit company has done repossessed all my equipment. Oh, me.
Why, George, you said you had 2 nurses here. What happened to them?
Well, I owed quite a bit of money. I guess they done repossessed them, too.
But I thought you were doing so well. What happened?
Well, the same thing that happened to all doctors. Because the medical equipment is so high that they is all on the verge of bankruptcy.
George, this is hard to believe.
Oh, it's terrible. I had an operation to perform the other day, and I needed a scalpel to do the job, but I couldn't afford it. I finally wound it up by taking out the man's appendix with a putty knife. I couldn't even buy no ether. I had to hit him on the head with a cocaine knife. The high cost of living really got to the medical profession.
You mean the high cost of living is actually putting doctors out of business?
Oh, yeah. All of my medical friends have been forced to take up a sideline right down the street, one of the greatest specialists in the country. On his door it says, Dr. Cartwright, eye, ear, nose, throat, and fresh eggs. Is that what it says?
Well, George, isn't there anything you can do to stay in business?
No, I've been economizing all I can. I even try to save on x-ray film. I always waited till I got 3-4 sick patients, then I took a group picture.
You know, it's almost unbelievable that a thing like this could happen to successful doctors.
Oh, yeah. Tough time, all right. We had a brain surgeon next door that had to go out of business. Poor fella couldn't even afford catgut to sew up his patients.
Oh, dear me.
Why, on his last brain operation, the doctor had to sew up the poor fella's head with violin strings. Sure made for some nasty complications, too.
Complications?
Yeah, every time the patient combs his hair, it sounded like Yasha Heifetz tuning up.
Well, George, I'm certainly not going to stand by and see a fine doctor like you give up his practice. I'm going to do something about it.
You will, Uncle?
George, I'm going to help you right now. I'm going to take your financial worries off your shoulders.
You really mean that, Uncle?
Yes. I'm going down to the bank right now and draw out the money.
Oh, Uncle, dear.
Yeah, Amos, the Kingfisher's Uncle Gregory say he's going to take the financial worries off the Kingfisher's shoulders.
Yeah, well, I guess that'll help out the Kingfish, all right.
Oh, yeah. Uncle Gregory went down to the bank, and he's going to meet the Kingfish up at his apartment.
Yeah, well, I think it's a shame, though, that he had to fool the poor old man saying he's a doctor.
Well, the old fellow really fell for the story, though. Hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, I guess the Kingfisher's uncle is a pretty sentimental old fella, ain't he?
Sure is. But the Kingfish say that he like to see sentiment expressed in one of 2 ways. Cash or a certified check.
Yeah, I know. Yes, I done convinced Uncle Gregory that I is a doctor, and he is going to come through with some big money for us right away.
Oh, that's wonderful, George.
Oh, yeah, I fooled him with the idea. Well, wait a minute, I'll get it. That must be Uncle Gregory from the bank now. Fix it, Jester. Well, hello, Uncle Gregory.
Why, hello, George. Hello, Sapphire.
Oh, come in.
Well, Uncle Gregory, dear, I guess you already took care of that little matter that we was talking about.
Yes, George, I did. You won't have to worry about finances for a long time. I made arrangements to help you to the tune of $5,000.
Oh, that is wonderful, Uncle Gregory.
Yes, I saw the superintendent of that building across from the lodge hall, and I paid the rent on that empty office for the next 5 years.
Oh, no.
This is Harlow Wilcox with a tip for men and women who have too much waistline and not enough willpower. The surest way in the world to lose weight is the Ann Delafield Reducing Plan. This 3-way plan gives you appetite-reducing wafers, a big menu and reducing book, plus important vitamins for dietary protection while you lose up to 5 pounds a week. And you don't count calories, you don't overexercise, you do reduce with the Ann Delafield Reducing Plan. So, if your doctor says your excess weight is not organically caused, Ask for the Ann Delafield Reducing Plan for Women or the Plan for Men, exclusively at Rexall drugstores.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, rely on your Rexall family druggist. And when you visit him, would you be kind enough to say that Amos and Andy sent you? Thank you, and good night.
See you next Sunday.
If you want to get more for your money,
Christmas shop at your Rexall drugstore.
You'll find more ideas for better gifts at lower prices.
So, if you want to get more for your money,
Christmas shop at your Rexall drugstore.
be sure to be with us at the same time next Sunday when your Rexall druggist will again present the Amos and Andy Show, directed by Cliff Howell. Stay tuned for the Bing Crosby program, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Well, as we join the Burnses today, we find them seated at the breakfast table. George has his face buried in the morning newspaper.
George?
Yes, dear?
Why don't you read the morning paper out loud so I can discuss things with you?
What would you like to discuss?
Many things. Sports, world affairs, science. Let's just have a good old intellectual free-for-all.
Right now, I'm reading the baseball news. I'm afraid that's a subject you know nothing about.
Oh, but I do, George. Let's talk baseball. How are the Yankees doing?
Yankees are doing fine.
Do you think they'll beat the Confederates?
Beat the Confederates?
Yeah, come on, let's talk baseball.
Yeah, they probably will. They'll probably win. General Grant has some fine pitchers.
You know, the two teams I want to see play are the Reds and the Senators. They're amazing.
What's amazing about them?
Well, not long ago, the Senators were investigating the Reds, and now they're playing baseball together.
Happy Chandler fixed it up.
Oh?
Brother of Sliding Billy Watson.
Oh, yes. Tell me, what's the Brooklyn team doing now?
They're playing with the Cards.
Oh, gave up baseball, huh?
Yeah, they took up bridge.
Well, so much for baseball. Now, what else have you been reading?
The market news, but don't bother to
Oh, yes, the market. If you ask me, things are taking a drop in the market.
You don't say?
Yeah, lettuce was a penny cheaper yesterday.
How about AT&T?
Never drink it. It's not class coffee.
Well, naturally, yes.
How does the European situation strike you?
You tell me.
Well, as I see it, Europe is not too well situated, but it's too big to move.
Good. We'll leave it where it is.
Judge.
Yes?
There's nothing like an intellectual discussion.
There's nothing like it around here. Look, Gracie, would you like to find out what's really going on in the world, improve your mind?
You think there's room for improvement?
A little, yes. Now, there's an ad in the paper about a series of lectures for women starting at the Philharmonic. Why don't you go there this afternoon?
Oh, I haven't time. I'm going to play bridge at Blanche Morton's.
Instead of playing bridge at Blanche Morton's, go to the Philharmonic.
Will they let us play there?
Go to the lecture, learn something, improve your mind.
Well, if you insist, George.
I do insist.
Well, what's the lecture about? You know, I don't want to learn something I already know.
Well, I wouldn't worry about that. They may just happen to pick out a subject that you don't understand, like nuclear fission.
Oh, who doesn't understand nuclear fission? You bait a hook, throw it in, and catch a nuclear.
Nuclears might not be biting, you see. Go to the lecture, kid.
All right, but if I come home smarter than you, it'll be your own fault.
I'll take a chance on that. Now go to the lecture.
And so I say to you, women of America, the time has come for us to demand equal rights with men. We've been pushed around long enough. Look how men have persecuted women down through the years. They forced the girls in Turkey to wear veils. In the Middle Ages, women were bought and sold like corn. And even today we're imposed upon. Why hasn't there ever been a woman president? I'll tell you why. Women do not have equality. I say to you, men have made us their pawns long enough. Now we demand restitution. For 3,000 years, men have forced us to give up our names and take theirs when we marry them. Why can't they take our names? Arise, women. Make your home a battlefield. The enemy is your own husband. Fight him until he surrenders. Make him remove the
Back so soon, Gracie? How was the lecture?
You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Huh?
You sit there like butter wouldn't melt in your mouth. I know all the terrible things you've been doing down through the years.
What have I done?
Forcing girl turkeys to wear veils. Selling middle-aged women with corns.
Corns? I don't know.
Why hasn't there ever been a woman president? I'll tell you why. Women have no quality.
What's happening?
You've been calling my things long enough. Now I demand rest in an institution.
I think it would help. I see. What in the world are you talking about?
Women's rights. That's what I'm talking about, Mr. Gracie Allen.
Mr. Gracie Allen? I'm George Burns.
You've been George Burns for 3,000 years. Now you're going to be Mr. Allen.
Gracie, sit down and try to tell me calmly just what happened to you this afternoon.
Well, I went to a lecture given by that inspired leader, Colonel Gertrude Brown.
Colonel?
Yes.
Where did she get that name?
From an army officer. I think she wrestled him for it.
Murder.
You think women can't do anything? You men are big shots. You have to do it all. Women are just slaves.
Oh, stop. You're not slaves.
Who washes the dishes around here?
I do.
Who cleans house and scrubs the floors?
I do.
Who does the ironing and mending?
I do.
See, big shot, you have to do it all.
You can't win.
We women are tired of being pushed around. And in America, of all places. Why, it wouldn't even have been discovered if it wasn't for a woman.
I've got news for you. Columbus was a man.
Oh, sure, but a woman, Queen Rosabella, paid his way over.
That's Isabella.
Rosabella, she said.
My mistake.
And after America was discovered, it was women who explored it and found the great rivers. That's why they're named after the women.
You mean...
Is it Mississippi? No, it's Mississippi.
Oh, Sarah-sippy, the tall red-headed girl.
There aren't any men explorers, only those rugged women blazing a trail across America with no help at all.
What about LaSalle and Hudson and DeSoto?
Those brave women didn't ride in automobiles. All through our history, women have had more courage. Even the female animals were braver.
Female animals?
Look at the Battle of Bull Run. The cow didn't run.
go back to baseball. What do you think of the Yanks?
You see the unfairness of this whole thing? We women did all the hard work, and then you men moved in and took over the good jobs, like president. Well, that'll all be changed now. We demand a woman president.
Well, there's no law against a woman being president as long as she's 35.
She has to admit she's 35?
That's right.
It won't be easy, but we'll get one in.
Harry, you're in trouble. Come in.
Howdy, little man.
Oh, hello, Mr. Judson. Say, tell me something. Has your wife ever joined one of those crazy crusades for women's rights?
Never, little man. No, you see, Texas women are contented.
Really?
Texas women have got the one thing that every woman wants.
What's that?
Texas men.
Naturally, yes.
Yeah, our wives wouldn't do nothing to cause us distress.
Your marriage must be a delight.
Yeah. Hey, has your pretty little wife got herself mixed up in one of them women's rights movements?
I'll say she has. Gracie is burned up because no woman has ever held the highest office in this country.
Well, now, that's not so. Ma Ferguson was governor of Texas.
Judson, that's not the highest office in this country.
When you say that, smile. Why, the governor runs all of Texas from Canada to Mexico.
This may surprise you, but there are several states between Canada and Mexico that aren't part of Texas.
Not yet, but they're begging mighty hard.
Well, Gracie thinks there should be a woman president. In fact, she thinks women should run everything.
Ain't she a case?
That isn't funny, Judson.
No?
No. When she gets one of those crazy notions, I suffer for it. Life just isn't worth living.
Oh, now, don't take that Oklahoma attitude. Maybe I can help you talk her out of this idea.
See, if you only could, I'd be your pal.
George, have you seen my... Oh, hello, Mr. Judson.
Howdy, little lady. Say, your husband tells me you want women to run the country.
Not only the country, but the cities, too. He'll take over everything.
Oh, but, ma'am, there's some jobs that women just can't handle, like managing the Army and Navy. Now, who's going to be Secretary of War and Secretary of the Navy?
He won't waste money hiring those secretaries. The soldiers and sailors can type their own letters.
Yeah. Soldiers and sailors can type their... Oh, I like your sense of humor, little lady.
Look, Gracie, I won't stand for any more of this nonsense about women's rights. You've got to give up this ridiculous thing.
I'm not a quitter, George. It didn't even stop me when my mother said that.
Your mother said give up this ridiculous thing?
Yeah, the first time I brought you home.
Listen, honey.
George, I haven't got time to argue with you now. I have to go right over to the YWCA and tell Colonel Brown my plan.
Stay away from Colonel Brown. She's the one who got you into this mess.
Oh, yes, Colonel Brown is the real leader of the revolution. You know, she was the first woman who had the courage to stand up and say that she was revolting.
And I'll bet it's true.
Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, dear.
Colonel Brown?
Yes?
Private Raytheon reporting.
Always glad to welcome a new recruit to our brave army.
Aye, aye, sir.
You may sit down, Private Allen. Although an officer, I do not exercise my prerogative.
Well, you should. You're getting a little heavy.
Private Allen.
Can't I be an officer? I've done a lot for our cause.
You must work your way up through the ranks before you get your insignia.
Insignia?
They indicate the rank you hold.
I'm in civilian clothes now, but when in uniform, I have an eagle on my shoulder.
Don't the feathers tickle you?
Just a moment, Private Allen. I appreciate your zeal, but you need guidance.
Well, then why don't you guide me, Colonel? Move into my house and make it your headquarters.
I would like a change from the YWCA. I'll pack immediately. My Gladstone is under the bed.
Oh, good. Get him to help you pack.
Now, Gladstone is a suitcase.
Oh, well, you go right over to my house, 360 North Camden, and I'll join you as soon as I'm through shopping. My husband will let you in.
He'd better let me in.
Colonel, now I know he's a man, one of the enemy, but be gentle with him. He shouldn't be mistreated at his age.
Oh, he's an elderly person?
Yes. Something happened that made me realize how old he is. When he sees the movies on television, he remembers when they first came out.
I'll be as gentle as possible.
Come in.
Hi, George.
Oh, Bill, am I glad to see you. I need the support of a man.
Tired of being supported by a woman, huh?
Always an effort.
Really?
Gracie heard a dame called Colonel Brown lecture on women's rights, and she fell for it. This colonel is making my life miserable.
Really? Well, what's she got against you?
She's a man-hater.
Well, I know, but what's she got against you?
Can't give up trying for the summer replacement, do we?
I was only kidding, George. This dame is probably a man-hater because no man ever made a pass at her. Hey, you want me to do it?
By golly, Bill, it's worth a try. She's stopping at the YWCA.
Whoa, now, wait a minute. I can't go barging in there with all those women, George. I'll get locked up. They won't let me out for 60 days.
Out of jail?
No, out of the YWCA. Gee whiz, who wants to get locked up with hundreds of women for... I'll do it.
I thought you would. I wonder if this will make Gracie give up the campaign.
Well, that's a tough question. How does Gracie's mind work? That's even a tougher question. But it's worth a try. Oh, don't answer it, George. It's a door-to-door saleswoman. I saw her coming up the walk with her suitcase.
Oh. I wish I knew if this scheme would work.
Hey, I got an idea. Let's ask the dame at the door, kind of get a woman's viewpoint.
That's a good idea.
Well, it's about time.
Oh, say, look, lady, we'd like your opinion on a scheme we've got.
Yeah, you see, my wife has fallen under the influence of a crazy old bat who calls herself Colonel Brown.
You don't say.
Yeah, you know the type. One of those old lemon-faced biddies. Well, she's been an old maid so long she thinks the backseat of a taxi is just for transportation.
I see.
She's been shooting off her big fat mouth about women's rights. But we've got a plan to wreck her whole campaign.
How clever. Tell me all about it.
Okay. Well, now, this zombie, Colonel Brown, she parks her broomstick at the YWCA.
Yeah, so Bill here is going over to charm old cow hips.
And you think old cow hips will fall for him?
Oh, are you kidding? When she sees me, she'll flip her wig.
But just suppose Colonel Brown's wig refuses to flip.
You see...
Hello, boys. Oh, I see you've already met Colonel Brown.
Oh, sure. I was just telling her about her. This is Colonel Brown?
In the flesh.
And so much of it.
I'm happy to meet you, Colonel.
And afterwards I shall take this charming young man by the arm.
Yeah?
And break it.
Only the coffee is a hit, Bill. Yeah, I'm getting out of here.
Out.
Say, Colonel Brown, why were you angry with Bill?
That young man and your husband attempted to lure me away from our cause. But I showed them my bulldog tenacity.
Well, I hope you bit them. And now that you're going to live here, we can fight these men together.
Who's going to live here?
She's going to live here.
Oh, no, she's not.
Oh, yes, she is.
Oh, no, she's not.
Oh, yes, I am.
She's going to live here.
From now on, you'll behave like a husband should, Mr. Allen.
Oh, none of that Mr. Allen stuff. I'm Mr. Burns.
You're Mr. Allen.
Oh, no, I'm
Now,
not.
don't waste your time with that again.
I've overdone it, huh?
Yeah.
I'm going to the cigar store. Goodbye, Gracie. I tell you, Harry, it's murder. She wants to call me Mr. Gracie Allen.
Oh, you poor chump. I'm glad my wife isn't like Gracie. Her maiden name was Blanche Truffle. I'd hate to be called that.
Well, hey, I've got an idea. Your wife is a sensible woman. Get her to go over and have a talk with Gracie and straighten her out.
Well, now...
Please, Harry. I'll give you anything you want. You know those expensive golf clubs I've got? Well, they're yours.
I know, and I'd like them back.
Send Blanche to Gracie and you'll have them.
Okay, George, I'll do it.
Well, I'm glad you dropped by, Blanche. Here's someone I'd like you to meet. Colonel Brown, this is my dear friend, Blanche Morton.
Here's my hand. Put her there.
Well, she'll be more comfortable on the sofa. How do you do, Colonel?
Gracie, what's all this foolishness I hear about you crusading for equal rights?
It's not foolishness, Blanche. It's a great cause.
Yes? From now on, wives will do the things that husbands always have done.
Well, Gracie, you mean you and George will trade places?
That's right, Blanche. From now on, I'm wearing the girdle in this family.
But this'll never work. Men have always been the masters.
We can change all that, Blanche.
We can?
We should. Tell her our plan, Colonel.
If we women stick together and play our cards right.
Where's George Burns? Here I am. Did Blanche talk to Gracie?
Yes, she did. They had a long talk together.
Now take that. What's the idea of slugging me, Harry?
Don't call me Harry. Thanks to you, my name is now Mr. Blanche Truffle.
What's the idea of slugging me, Blanche?